There's a particular kind of gravity inside superhero fiction that eventually pulls almost everyone downward. The worlds become too large, the responsibilities too cosmic, the symbolic weight too immense for ordinary psychological structure to survive intact. Most mythologies built around power eventually transform their protagonists into monuments. Some become martyrs. Some become tyrants. Some collapse beneath the pressure of the role itself, until the person disappears and only the symbol remains standing in their place. The costume survives. The psyche doesn't. By the time Hal Jordan emerged as one of the defining figures of the Silver Age, superhero fiction had already begun constructing a new architecture of emotional burden around power. The universe was expanding outward. Cities were no longer enough. Heroes moved through sectors, galaxies, dimensions, timelines. Authority stopped looking local and started resembling empire. The Green Lantern Corps was not simply a team. It was a wall built around existence itself, an interstellar police structure sustained by discipline, surveillance, hierarchy, and emotional control. Every lantern entered that system carrying a ring capable of reshaping reality through willpower alone. Most stories understood the implication immediately. Power at that scale should fracture the mind eventually, and often it did. The mythology surrounding Green Lantern became increasingly populated by collapse. Fear, corruption, possession, paranoia, emotional implosion. Entire narrative eras were structured around the idea that the human psyche could not indefinitely sustain proximity to infinite force without distortion occurring somewhere beneath the surface. The ring amplified what was already there. Pressure revealed fractures. The system did not merely test identity. It expanded it until hidden instability became visible from orbit. Hal Jordan walked directly through that architecture with the demeanor of someone arriving late to a party. Not because he lacked fear. Quite the opposite. Fear existed around him constantly, like atmospheric pressure surrounding an aircraft at impossible altitude. But Hal's psychology operated through motion rather than containment. He rarely approached power as sacred burden. He approached it as velocity. His confidence bordered on recklessness because recklessness, in his mythology, often functioned less like pathology and more like adaptive momentum. He moved too quickly for existential gravity to fully settle onto him. The burden remained real. It simply never became the total organizing principle of his identity. Something similar happened decades later with Jennifer Walters, though the terrain around her looked entirely different. The Hulk mythology had always been structured around rupture. Rage, repression, monstrosity, exile. Bruce Banner existed inside a permanent psychological fracture where power emerged through collapse of emotional containment. The body became battlefield. Identity became unstable territory. Every transformation carried the atmosphere of catastrophe waiting just beneath the skin. The Hulk was never simply strength. He was the public visibility of internal disintegration. Then Jennifer Walters entered that mythology and destabilized the entire emotional equation merely by surviving it differently. She carried the same gamma-altered power through an entirely separate psychological structure. She didn't approach transformation as loss of self. She integrated it socially, professionally, even aesthetically. She flirted while carrying buildings. She argued legal cases while inhabiting a body that should have symbolized uncontrollable violence. She retained continuity between identities instead of splitting apart beneath them. In another mythology that might have looked superficial, inside the Hulk narrative, it became almost subversive, because the systems around both characters expected collapse eventually. That expectation matters. Superhero mythologies often operate like symbolic pressure chambers. The audience learns to anticipate corruption because power and suffering have become culturally inseparable inside modern heroic fiction. Extraordinary ability almost always demands emotional ruin as narrative payment. Trauma becomes credential. Psychological damage becomes proof of authenticity. Characters who suffer visibly are treated as more profound than characters who adapt successfully. Weight itself becomes moralized. Hal Jordan and Jennifer Walters quietly violate that structure. Not entirely. Neither character escapes pain. Hal carries recklessness that periodically mutates into destructive obsession. Jen experiences humiliation, objectification, isolation, and public scrutiny intense enough to fracture less resilient personalities. Their worlds still wound them. Their mythologies still expose them to enormous symbolic pressure. But the essential distinction remains intact. Their suffering never fully replaces their personhood. That changes the emotional geometry around them. Both characters move through fictional universes crowded by individuals who become consumed by their symbolic role. Lanterns fall to fear. Hulks disappear into rage. Heroes become embodiments of trauma until trauma itself becomes their defining language. Hal and Jen resist that gravitational collapse through social fluency, humor, charisma, adaptability, and an unusually stable relationship with their own identity. Not perfect stability, functional stability. The difference is crucial. They remain psychologically permeable. That permeability allows movement, conversation, improvisation, play, even vanity at times, especially vanity. Neither character fully romanticizes suffering because neither builds identity around emotional ruin. They don't treat pain as sacred territory requiring permanent residence. They metabolize experience instead of monumentalizing it. That makes them strangely difficult to mythologize within darker superhero traditions because contemporary audiences often associate seriousness with visible psychic damage. But movement can be its own form of resistance. Hal Jordan's smile inside cosmic catastrophe functions almost like symbolic defiance against systems demanding psychological rigidity. Jennifer Walters carrying immense physical power without surrendering her social self produces a similar effect. Both characters normalize forces that should theoretically annihilate ordinary human continuity. Not through denial, through integration. And that integration creates tension within their own universes. Because systems organized around sacrifice tend to distrust people who survive without appearing sufficiently haunted by survival itself. The Green Lantern Corps depends on discipline, hierarchy, emotional management. Hal repeatedly destabilizes institutional order because his confidence refuses complete submission to systemic gravity. Meanwhile, Jennifer Walters disrupts the emotional logic surrounding gamma power simply by refusing to become consumed by monstrosity narratives. She remains visible as a person inside a mythology built to erase personhood beneath symbolic transformation. That visibility changes the audience's relationship with power. Not entirely. The shadow remains nearby. It always does. Hal Jordan eventually becomes one of the clearest examples of catastrophic collapse in superhero history during the Parallax era, precisely because his mythology had spent decades constructing him as psychologically untouchable. Jennifer Walters periodically drifts closer toward alienation, especially when writers attempt forcing darker Hulk dynamics onto her structure. The pressure never disappears. The fracture line remains embedded beneath the foundation. Still, something persists beneath all of it, an unusual resistance to becoming consumed by symbolic mass. In worlds increasingly organized around trauma as identity, both characters continue moving with an almost uncomfortable degree of personal continuity. They carry impossible force without immediately converting that force into psychological theater. They remain social, verbal, public, sometimes messy, sometimes irresponsible, but recognizably human in ways many mythic superheroes eventually stop being. Not smaller than their mythologies, more mobile inside them. Hal Jordan begins inside a mythology of selection. Before the fall, before the fractures, before later stories would turn his confidence into the seed of catastrophe, His original symbolic function was almost brutally clean. He was chosen because he could face fear without surrendering to it. That premise appears simple only on the surface. Beneath it sits one of the central fantasies of modern heroic fiction, the idea that the self can be tested by an external authority and revealed as worthy, not because it is pure, wounded, humble, or morally tortured, but because it remains active under pressure. Hal is not chosen because he is broken. He is chosen because he moves. His origin places him in the sky before it places him among gods. The test pilot matters. The cockpit is a narrow throne suspended over risk, an arena where control is never total and hesitation can become fatal. Hal's relationship to danger is shaped by velocity, machinery, instinct, and public courage. He belongs to a world where confidence is not decoration. It is survival technology. The pilot who doubts too slowly dies. The pilot who panics too openly loses the aircraft before the crash begins. This creates a personality whose arrogance is not separate from function. It is part of the engine. The ring magnifies this structure rather than replacing it. It gives cosmic scale to an already existing psychic habit. Hal does not become powerful by discovering a hidden wound. He becomes powerful because the universe recognizes in him a temperament able to translate danger into action before anxiety can become paralysis. In a mythology increasingly obsessed with trauma as the gate into depth, this makes him almost suspiciously bright. His confidence seems too easy, too clean, too unashamed. Yet that ease is exactly what marks him as different from figures who can only justify power through suffering. The Green Lantern Corps surrounds him with structure. It is an empire without calling itself one, a disciplined architecture of jurisdiction and oath, a shining wall built across space by beings who believe order can be projected across the void. Hal enters that structure as both instrument and irritation. He believes in courage, but not always in bureaucracy. He accepts responsibility, but not submission. He can wear the uniform without disappearing into it. The Corps gives him a crown made of duty, but Hal never quite kneels before the throne that placed it on his head. That tension defines him early. He is not anti-heroic in the usual sense. He is not driven by resentment toward the system, nor by secret hatred of authority. His rebellion comes from excess vitality rather than bitterness. He trusts his own instincts with a force that can look noble in one moment and almost absurd in the next. The same quality that lets him dive toward catastrophe also prevents him from becoming a clean institutional symbol. He is a hero who can represent order without becoming orderly. That contradiction gives him life. Jennifer Walters begins in a different symbolic chamber. Her origin is not selection by cosmic authority, but contamination through proximity. She receives power because violence erupts near her, because blood enters blood, because the private body becomes public event. The Hulk mythology had already made Gamma power feel like a verdict on repression. Bruce Banner's transformations revealed what polite consciousness could not contain. His body became a ruined city where intellect and rage fought for territorial control. Every appearance of the Hulk carried the sense that civilization had failed at the level of the skin. Jen inherits that mythology, but not its central fracture. This is the decisive move. She does not become the same tragedy in a different body. She becomes a counterargument inside the same symbolic system. Where Bruce is divided, Jen is continuous. Where Bruce experiences power as invasion, Jen often experiences it as amplification. Where Bruce's body exposes a wound he cannot govern, Jen's body becomes a public expansion of selfhood. The gamma force that turns one figure into a battlefield turns another into a stage. That distinction is not light. It is structural. Jennifer Walters is a lawyer before she is She-Hulk. That profession matters as much as Hal's cockpit. Law is language under pressure. It is conflict converted into procedure. It is violence forced into argument, spectacle contained by rules, power negotiated through performance. Jen's original human identity is already trained to survive arenas where perception, confidence, timing, and social fluency decide outcomes. When Gamma power enters her life, it does not erase this foundation. It enlarges the arena. The courtroom becomes the city. The city becomes the visible body. The visible body becomes myth. Her humor is not incidental. It is a form of jurisdiction. By speaking lightly about impossible situations, she refuses to let the surrounding mythology define the emotional terms of her existence. Humor keeps the center mobile. It prevents power from freezing into monument. The joke is not a denial of danger. It is a claim over atmosphere. She enters rooms that expect terror, pity, desire, judgment, or panic, and she answers with timing. That timing creates space around her identity. It allows her to be more than the body the world is staring at. This is why Hal and Jen belong together as symbolic figures despite emerging from separate universes, separate genres, and separate emotional traditions. Both are surrounded by mythologies that expect power to become either burden or corruption. Both refuse, at least at their strongest, to let power become a prison. Their confidence can be irresponsible, but it also gives them unusual psychological flexibility. They don't need to constantly prove that they deserve power by suffering beneath it. They inhabit power with a kind of social ease that makes other characters nervous because it challenges the moral drama those worlds have built around exceptional ability. Around Hal, power is usually disciplined by fear of collapse. Around Jen, power is usually haunted by the possibility of monstrosity. These are not identical pressures, but they rhyme. The Green Lantern ring is externalized will. Gamma transformation is internalized force made visible. One projects the self outward as light. The other enlarges the body until the self becomes impossible to ignore. In both cases, power exposes the relation between identity and amplification. Whatever is unstable becomes larger. Whatever is integrated becomes usable. Hal's danger is that movement can become avoidance. He trusts forward motion so deeply that stillness may feel like defeat. His charm, courage, and improvisational brilliance can carry him through crisis after crisis, but they can also delay confrontation with consequences. The same confidence that saves him from paralysis can prevent him from hearing the warning cracks beneath the foundation. He is at his most heroic when action breaks the spell of fear. He is at his most dangerous when action becomes the only language he recognizes. Jen's danger is different. Her adaptation can be mistaken for invulnerability. Because she functions well, because she laughs, because she moves through public attention with wit and appetite, her pain can become socially invisible. The world sees her strength and assumes the absence of damage. It sees her humor and assumes ease. It sees her attractiveness, confidence, and theatrical fluency, and mistakes them for protection against humiliation. Yet visibility is not safety. A body placed permanently under the holophote becomes a territory occupied by other people's projections. Both characters are therefore defined by a paradox. Their resilience protects them from collapse, but it also makes their distress harder for their worlds to read. Fragile heroes receive narrative gravity because their wounds announce themselves. Hal and Jen often appear too functional to be understood as vulnerable. They become the figures other characters lean on, challenge, desire, judge, mock, or underestimate, precisely because they seem able to take it. Their strength creates permission around them. The world assumes they can absorb more. This is where the symbolic foundation deepens. Hal and Jen do not represent innocence before power. They represent the unstable achievement of continuity under amplification. They show what happens when extraordinary force enters a personality that does not immediately split, kneel, retreat, or define itself through suffering. The result is not purity. It is not moral perfection. It is charisma under pressure, identity in motion, power carried with enough looseness that it can remain livable. That livability is their quiet rebellion. In their respective mythologies, the tragic hero often occupies the center because tragedy feels heavier, and heavier things seem more profound. But Hal and Jen occupy a different region of the symbolic map. They are not light because they are shallow. They are light because they refuse unnecessary gravity. Their power does not always descend into cathedral silence. Sometimes it walks into the room with a grin. Sometimes it argues. Sometimes it flirts. Sometimes it makes a bad decision because confidence outran judgment. Still, beneath the movement, there is a durable psychological claim. Power does not have to become a tomb. The conflict that grows from this claim is not simply between hero and villain. It is between two models of mythic survival. One model says power must scar the person deeply enough to justify its existence. The other says the person may remain socially alive, playful, flawed, and intact while carrying forces that should have turned them into ruins. Hal Jordan and Jennifer Walters stand in that second model, even when their stories test it, punish it, or temporarily break it. And because superhero fiction is rarely comfortable allowing power to remain unburdened for long, the pressure begins to gather around them. The systems they inhabit are too large, too watchful, and too invested in suffering as proof. Their confidence will be tested not by whether they can wield power, but by whether they can keep power from becoming the only story told about them. Neither Hal Jordan nor Jennifer Walters enters immediate collapse because their narratives are not structured around sudden implosion. Their worlds attempt something subtler first. They attempt absorption. Institutions, audiences, enemies, and even allies begin reorganizing around the assumption that extraordinary power must eventually dominate identity. The surrounding systems do not initially seek to destroy them. They seek to redefine them. For Hal, this process begins inside the architecture of the Green Lantern Corps itself. The Corps presents itself as a civilization of order sustained through discipline, emotional regulation, and collective duty. Every lantern becomes part of a luminous empire where individual psychology is theoretically subordinated to universal balance. The ring responds to willpower, but the institution surrounding the ring fears unpredictability almost as much as it fears fear itself. Hal's confidence makes him effective immediately. It also makes him difficult to contain. The distinction matters because Hal succeeds through improvisation in a structure that values control. He repeatedly survives scenarios that should have destroyed him because he trusts instinct faster than protocol. Other lanterns often embody discipline as identity. Hal treats discipline more like temporary equipment, useful, necessary, but never sacred. This creates an invisible fracture between him and the Corps long before explicit rebellion ever emerges. The institution values him as a weapon, while quietly distrusting the personality operating it. That distrust grows through contrast. Sinestro becomes the shadow projected behind Hal almost immediately, not simply because Sinestro falls into authoritarianism, but because he represents the endpoint the Corps secretly fears and secretly desires at the same time. Sinestro believes order justifies pressure. Fear becomes architecture. The universe becomes territory requiring occupation rather than stewardship. He transforms the Green Lantern philosophy into something rigid enough to suppress uncertainty entirely. In symbolic terms, he turns willpower into empire. Hal rejects this instinctively, though not philosophically at first. That distinction becomes crucial later. He opposes tyranny emotionally before he fully understands its structural seduction. His resistance comes from temperament. He cannot fully surrender the self to institutional gravity because too much of his identity depends on motion, improvisation, and autonomy. Yet the Corps itself increasingly drifts toward systems requiring greater surveillance, greater discipline, greater emotional containment. The mythology surrounding Green Lantern slowly begins revealing that infinite power cannot remain psychologically neutral forever. Meanwhile, Jennifer Walters faces a parallel process unfolding through entirely different social mechanisms. Her world does not initially try to discipline her through cosmic hierarchy. It tries to consume her through visibility. She becomes famous almost immediately because her existence disrupts familiar categories. She is physically overwhelming without becoming socially exiled. She is attractive without surrendering to tragic isolation. She is powerful without abandoning humor, sexuality, or professional identity. The public cannot fully organize her symbolically because she refuses stable categorization. That instability creates fascination. Unlike Bruce Banner, Jen does not disappear into hidden laboratories, deserts, or ruins. She remains public. She goes to work. She dates. She speaks openly. She allows herself to be seen. This shifts the emotional terrain around Gamma power completely. The Hulk mythology traditionally treats transformation as exile from ordinary social existence. Jen refuses exile. She carries extraordinary force directly into everyday environments and behaves as though continuity is still possible. For some audiences inside the narrative, this feels liberating. For others, almost offensive, because Jennifer Walters exposes an uncomfortable contradiction buried inside superhero culture itself. Many mythologies claim power isolates people because power is too immense for ordinary life. Jen demonstrates that isolation is not always inevitable. Sometimes systems demand isolation because visible adaptation destabilizes the emotional logic sustaining the mythology. If someone can remain socially functional while carrying impossible force, then suffering stops looking like destiny and starts looking partially cultural, partially institutional, partially chosen. This changes how other characters respond to her. Bruce Banner often appears beside Jen like a ruined city, observing a functioning metropolis built on similar terrain. His pain is real. His fragmentation is real. But Jen's existence quietly destabilizes the assumption that Gamma power itself inevitably produces psychic collapse. She becomes evidence that integration was possible under different psychological conditions. That evidence creates tension because it reframes tragedy from inevitability into structure. Not everyone wants that reframing. Writers, audiences, and characters repeatedly attempt pulling Jen back toward traditional Hulk gravity. They test whether her confidence can survive humiliation, objectification, rage, violence, and public degradation. Again and again, the narrative environment pressures her toward fragmentation, because fragmentation feels more culturally legible inside superhero fiction. The stronger her continuity remains, the more the surrounding mythology attempts forcing symbolic weight onto her shoulders. Hal experiences a similar escalation from the opposite direction. The Green Lantern mythology begins increasing the scale of responsibility around him until personal identity itself becomes difficult to maintain intact. Sector crises become universal crises. Universal crises become existential crises. Entire worlds depend on split-second decisions made by individuals carrying godlike instruments. The psychological pressure surrounding lanterns intensifies because the core increasingly resembles an overextended empire attempting to maintain order across infinite territory through emotional force alone. Hal thrives inside this escalation at first. That is the dangerous part. He survives impossible situations through improvisation, so consistently that both the narrative and the audience begin mythologizing his confidence itself. Fear becomes something he appears capable of outrunning indefinitely. The more impossible the situation, the more alive he becomes. He flies directly into catastrophe with the grin of someone who fundamentally believes momentum itself can bend probability. Other heroes carry weight visibly. Hal often carries it kinetically. The distinction produces admiration, but also blindness, because motion can disguise accumulation. Every mythology eventually demands payment for symbolic excess. Hal's victories begin creating a dangerous emotional illusion around him, the belief that resilience without collapse might actually be sustainable forever. Yet the narrative structure surrounding Green Lantern has already embedded the opposite assumption into its foundation. Power at that scale must eventually distort identity somehow. The only remaining question becomes where the fracture line truly exists. Jennifer Walters develops an opposite symbolic problem. Her integration becomes interpreted by many as proof that she is emotionally untouched by power, untouched by scrutiny, untouched by pressure itself. Her humor creates perceptual distance around suffering. Because she continues functioning socially, people assume functionality equals immunity. Yet Jen increasingly inhabits environments where her body precedes her personhood everywhere she goes. Courtrooms become stages. Streets become arenas. Conversations become negotiations between identity and projection. The public sees She-Hulk before it sees Jennifer Walters. Men desire the symbol. Enemies challenge the symbol. Media amplifies the symbol. Even admiration becomes territorial occupation. Her visibility transforms into a form of permanent psychic pressure, where maintaining continuity requires constant management of external perception. Unlike Bruce Banner, who often disappears from society entirely, Jen survives through perpetual exposure. That exposure has consequences. She begins existing in a state where charisma becomes defensive architecture. Confidence becomes atmospheric control. Humor becomes a mechanism preventing external narratives from fully defining her interiority. If she stops moving socially, even briefly, the symbolic projections surrounding her threaten to harden into fixed identity. She therefore develops a relationship to performance, not unlike Hal's relationship to momentum. Movement prevents collapse. Both characters now stand at the edge of a deeper polarization emerging within their mythologies. Around Hal Jordan, the universe increasingly organizes itself around fear management. Sinestro's philosophy grows more seductive precisely because chaos appears endless and institutional control increasingly fragile. The core starts drifting toward paranoia disguised as responsibility. Every failure intensifies pressure for greater authority, greater surveillance, greater certainty. Hal remains emotionally resistant to this transformation, but resistance based entirely on instinct cannot indefinitely withstand systems evolving structurally around fear. Around Jennifer Walters, superhero culture itself increasingly drifts toward darker emotional aesthetics. Trauma gains symbolic prestige. Characters become more psychologically brutalized, more cynical, more fragmented. Darkness acquires market gravity. Jen's adaptive resilience begins looking almost out of sync with the broader cultural movement surrounding her. The more the genre romanticizes damage, the stranger her continuity appears. Both characters therefore become symbolic anomalies inside their own worlds. The cultural significance of Hal Jordan and Jennifer Walters begins where traditional superhero interpretation often stops. On the surface, both can appear deceptively straightforward compared to darker figures surrounding them. Hal is frequently remembered through confidence, flight, charm, recklessness, catastrophe. Jen through wit, visibility, strength, humor, sexuality, professional fluency. Yet the very simplicity of that first impression reveals something psychologically revealing about modern pop culture itself. Contemporary audiences often struggle recognizing adaptive personalities as symbolically dense because modern mythologies have become increasingly organized around visible damage as the primary marker of emotional authenticity. This shift did not emerge accidentally. As superhero fiction matured culturally, trauma became the dominant language through which seriousness was communicated. Characters gained symbolic legitimacy by carrying visible psychic scars. The audience learned to interpret suffering as proof of interiority. Darkness acquired prestige. Emotional collapse became associated with realism. The hero standing beneath unbearable weight gradually replaced the hero moving through danger with confidence and social vitality. Psychological ruins stopped functioning as narrative possibility and started functioning as aesthetic expectation. Hal Jordan and Jennifer Walters repeatedly disrupt that expectation. Not completely. Their stories still contain pain, failure, humiliation, catastrophe, and collapse. But neither character permanently organizes identity around suffering itself. They retain movement, social continuity, humor, improvisation, desire, vanity, confidence. Even after enormous psychological pressure, both continue behaving like individuals participating in the world rather than symbolic relics standing above it. This creates interpretive friction because modern audiences are often more culturally prepared for broken gods than functional human beings carrying extraordinary force. The reaction to Hal Jordan across decades reveals this tension clearly. During earlier eras of superhero fiction, his confidence often represented aspirational movement. He belonged to a post-war mythology where courage was associated with forward momentum, technological expansion, masculine competence, and public action. The pilot archetype symbolized a civilization imagining itself through speed, exploration, and conquest of fear. Hal's recklessness looked heroic because the surrounding culture still associated confidence with possibility rather than latent pathology. That perception changed gradually as cultural trust in institutions, masculinity, and authority weakened. By the time darker superhero narratives gained dominance, confidence itself increasingly became suspicious. The self-assured hero began looking psychologically incomplete unless visibly haunted by inner collapse. Hal's optimism and kinetic identity suddenly appeared less emotionally modern than characters defined through fragmentation, alienation, guilt, or rage. Batman's psychological architecture became culturally easier to interpret as profound because suffering was permanently visible in his symbolic presentation. Hal's continuity looked lighter, and therefore, to some audiences, less serious. Parallax intensified this reinterpretation dramatically. His collapse retrospectively transformed earlier confidence into possible warning sign. Audiences began rereading Hal's charisma through the lens of future catastrophe, searching backward for hidden instability beneath the surface. This process mirrors broader cultural tendencies surrounding public figures. Once collapse becomes visible, society often reconstructs the entire past as inevitable prelude. Confidence stops appearing adaptive and starts appearing defensive. Movement becomes avoidance. Charisma becomes compensation. The mythology surrounding Hal Jordan, therefore, became a cultural battleground over whether psychologically functional confidence can exist without secretly containing authoritarian potential. This is why his redemption remains symbolically unstable even decades later. Hal's reconstruction asks audiences to accept something modern culture increasingly resists: the possibility that catastrophic failure may coexist with enduring continuity of self, rather than demanding total symbolic annihilation or endless public self-punishment. He does not fully reinvent himself after Parallax. He continues flying, joking, leading, improvising, existing socially. Some audiences experience this as resilience. Others experience it as insufficient remorse because contemporary culture often interprets permanent guilt as the only morally acceptable response to visible collapse. Jennifer Walters destabilizes a related but distinct cultural expectation. Her mythology operates directly within the politics of visibility. Female superheroes have historically been forced into contradictory symbolic positions, either hyper-controlled perfection or catastrophic emotional excess. Women carrying extraordinary power are often narratively pressured towards self-denial, tragic isolation, or symbolic punishment intense enough to reassure audiences that power has not made them socially uncontrollable. Jen repeatedly refuses these narrative arrangements. She remains visible without becoming fully available. That distinction explains much of the cultural instability surrounding She-Hulk as a character. Jen inhabits her body publicly, comfortably, even playfully in ways that challenge the emotional logic through which female power is traditionally managed in superhero fiction. She is not framed primarily through shame toward transformation, nor does she entirely reject attractiveness, sexuality, humor, or social appetite in order to appear morally worthy of strength. Her existence disrupts the assumption that visible female power must either become monstrous or desexualized to remain culturally acceptable. This creates polarized reactions almost automatically. Some audiences interpret her confidence as liberation because she refuses the tragic burden structures surrounding many powerful female characters. Others experience discomfort precisely because her adaptation appears too socially fluid. There is a recurring cultural expectation that immense female strength should visibly wound identity in order to preserve emotional intelligibility. Jen often appears too psychologically integrated for those expectations. Her continuity becomes interpreted not as resilience, but as superficiality by observers conditioned to equate visible suffering with depth. The irony is that Jennifer Walters may actually be one of the most psychologically exposed characters in superhero fiction. Unlike isolated tragic figures who disappear behind masks, shadows, or solitude, Jen remains embedded within public social environments continuously. She navigates law, media, relationships, workspaces, celebrity culture, and superhero spectacle simultaneously. Her body becomes permanent public territory where cultural anxieties surrounding femininity, strength, professionalism, and visibility collide constantly. Yet because she survives through charisma and humor, audiences often underestimate the pressure itself. This mirrors broader cultural behavior surrounding socially adaptive individuals. People who continue functioning publicly are frequently perceived as less damaged than those whose suffering becomes visibly immobilizing. Adaptation creates invisibility. The smiling figure in motion receives less symbolic sympathy than the visibly shattered one standing still. Jen's mythology exposes this dynamic repeatedly. Her continuity causes others to assume continuity costs her nothing. Hal Jordan produces a masculine variation of the same phenomenon. His confidence repeatedly obscures the psychological intensity required to maintain movement beneath impossible pressure. Because he keeps flying forward, others assume fear has disappeared rather than recognizing that courage itself may simply be functioning kinetically. The Green Lantern mythology formalizes this tension through its relationship with fear. Lanterns are expected not merely to feel fear, but to metabolize it into usable structure. Hal becomes iconic because he appears capable of doing this almost instinctively. Yet the mythology simultaneously fears what happens when instinctive confidence stops acknowledging limitation altogether. This tension reflects larger cultural anxieties surrounding masculine performance and emotional continuity. Men are often socially rewarded for maintaining momentum under pressure, while simultaneously being denied psychological language for limits, grief, or collapse until catastrophe finally erupts publicly. Hal Jordan becomes culturally resonant because he embodies both the seduction and danger of that arrangement. His confidence feels aspirational until it suddenly feels terrifying. The transition reveals how thin the line can become between adaptive momentum and psychological overextension. Yet the mythology never fully rejects him afterward. That refusal matters. Modern culture often oscillates between idealizing confidence and punishing it once failure appears. Hal survives symbolically because audiences continue sensing something fundamentally human beneath both the heroism and the catastrophe. He is neither pure aspirational fantasy nor pure cautionary ruin. He becomes instead a figure through whom superhero fiction explores the instability of identity under amplified responsibility. Jennifer Walters performs a similar function for female visibility within pop culture. She occupies symbolic terrain, usually denied to women carrying immense physical power. She remains verbal, social, professionally ambitious, sexually expressive, humorous, emotionally adaptive, and visibly strong simultaneously. Many superhero mythologies fragment these traits into separate archetypes because combining them destabilizes traditional symbolic organization. Jen repeatedly refuses fragmentation. She insists continuity remains possible even under extraordinary amplification. This continuity changes how audiences imagine power itself. Power stops appearing exclusively sacrificial. It stops requiring permanent exile from ordinary social rhythms. Hal and Jen both normalize extraordinary force through interaction rather than withdrawal. They remain among people. Their identities continue circulating socially instead of retreating entirely into mythic isolation. This circulation produces symbolic permeability. Audiences can imagine themselves inside these figures differently because the characters remain psychologically mobile rather than emotionally monumental. That mobility explains their lasting cultural relevance despite periodic instability in popularity or interpretation. They represent a version of superhero identity, resisting emotional petrification. In an era increasingly fascinated by collapse, they continue suggesting another possibility, that resilience may sometimes look socially alive rather than visibly broken. Not untouched, not innocent, not invulnerable, but active, adaptive, human enough to keep moving through public space without allowing suffering to become total architecture of the self. This is why both characters continue generating interpretive conflict across generations. They expose unresolved cultural arguments about what depth is supposed to emotionally resemble, whether seriousness requires visible psychic ruin, whether power must isolate, whether confidence remains morally trustworthy after modernity's collapse of institutional faith, whether psychologically adaptive individuals deserve symbolic legitimacy equal to visibly tragic ones. Hal Jordan and Jennifer Walters never fully settle these questions. They keep the argument in motion. The final symbolic position occupied by Hal Jordan and Jennifer Walters is neither triumph nor tragedy. Their mythologies refuse both forms of closure because closure itself would simplify the tension they represent. Instead, both characters persist as unstable cultural negotiations around power, identity, and psychological continuity. They survive not because their worlds fully understand them, but because those worlds cannot entirely absorb or erase what they symbolize. Hal Jordan remains one of the strangest figures in superhero history precisely because his mythology contains mutually incompatible truths simultaneously. He is the fearless pilot soaring beyond ordinary limitation. He is the catastrophic collapse of heroic certainty into godlike delusion. He is institutional champion and institutional threat at once. He is the man chosen to resist fear, who eventually becomes consumed by an inability to accept loss. Yet none of these identities fully replaces the others. They layer over one another like overlapping atmospheric systems refusing stable resolution. This gives Hal unusual symbolic permanence. Many heroes become culturally fixed over time. Their core emotional architecture stabilizes into recognizable myth. Batman becomes trauma organized into control. Superman becomes moral aspiration under impossible pressure. Spider-Man becomes guilt transformed into responsibility. Hal Jordan resists complete stabilization because his mythology permanently destabilized its own foundation through parallax while simultaneously refusing to abandon the original figure beneath the collapse. The result is psychologically revealing. Hal embodies a specifically modern anxiety surrounding continuity of self after public failure. Earlier heroic traditions often operated through cleaner moral transitions. The fallen hero either died, redeemed himself through sacrifice, or transformed permanently into cautionary ruin. Contemporary culture, however, increasingly operates inside systems where identity persists after collapse. Public memory becomes permanent. Failure remains searchable, replayable, amplified indefinitely. Yet life continues afterward. Hal's mythology anticipates this emotional condition with unsettling precision. He continues existing beyond the symbolic crater, not untouched by it, never untouched, but not reducible to it either. That distinction explains why his confidence after resurrection feels different from the confidence before catastrophe. Earlier, Hal often appeared invulnerable through motion. Later, Hal appears aware that movement itself contains danger. Yet he still chooses movement. The mythology therefore shifts from fantasy of fearless perfection towards something psychologically heavier: continuity despite awareness of one's own capacity for collapse. This creates a form of heroic identity less pristine, but arguably more durable. Hal no longer represents pure willpower conquering fear. He represents the unstable human attempt to remain operational after discovering that strength itself may contain hidden fracture lines. His mythology ultimately refuses both cynical condemnation and sentimental absolution. Instead, it leaves him suspended inside permanent symbolic tension, heroic without purity, damaged without surrender, socially alive without complete psychological resolution. Jennifer Walters inherits a different but equally modern symbolic legacy. She remains culturally significant because she destabilizes inherited assumptions about what visible power does to female identity. Her mythology consistently resists reducing strength into either punishment or transcendence. Jen does not become saintly through suffering, nor does she become monstrous through force. She remains socially entangled, emotionally expressive, professionally ambitious, publicly visible, and psychologically adaptive inside systems continuously attempting to simplify her into symbolic categories. This resistance gives She-Hulk unusual cultural elasticity. Different eras repeatedly reinterpret her because each period projects its own anxieties about femininity, visibility, embodiment, and confidence onto the character. Some versions emphasize humor and social vitality. Others attempt imposing darker emotional gravity. Some frame her through liberation, others through scrutiny. Yet beneath these variations, the same symbolic structure keeps resurfacing. Jennifer Walters remains a figure refusing psychic exile despite extraordinary amplification. That refusal becomes more significant over time. Modern media environments increasingly transform identity itself into permanent performance under continuous observation. Public selves become territories occupied by audience projection, algorithmic amplification, symbolic tribalism, and commercial visibility. Jen's mythology anticipated this condition long before social media intensified it culturally. She exists permanently beneath observation, while attempting to preserve continuity between private personhood and public symbol. Her struggle therefore feels increasingly contemporary because modern life itself now resembles aspects of her symbolic environment. Visibility becomes pressure. Pressure becomes performance. Performance threatens continuity. Jen survives not by escaping visibility, but by maintaining enough psychological movement inside it to prevent symbolic ossification. Humor matters here profoundly. So does social fluency. So does her refusal to romanticize emotional ruin as proof of authenticity. These qualities allow her to circulate through public space without surrendering entirely to external narrative ownership. This circulation links her permanently to Hal Jordan despite the enormous differences between their worlds. Both characters ultimately become myths about motion under amplification, not movement as denial, not movement as superficiality, movement as survival against symbolic petrification. Their worlds repeatedly attempt transforming them into monuments, ruins, warnings, or ideological structures. yet both continue returning toward recognizably human rhythms. Conversation, improvisation, attraction, embarrassment, professional life, public interaction, mistakes made socially rather than mythically. This human continuity becomes their deepest symbolic rebellion, because superhero fiction increasingly drifts toward emotional absolutism over time. Characters become consumed by trauma architecture, ideological rigidity, cosmic burden, or symbolic over-identification. They stop behaving like psychologically mobile individuals and start functioning like emotional cathedrals organized around singular themes. Hal and Jen repeatedly interrupt this process. They remain permeable enough to continue changing atmospherically rather than crystallizing completely. That permeability also explains why neither character is ever interpreted consistently for long. Audiences project heavily onto both because adaptive personalities destabilize symbolic certainty. Broken heroes are easier to organize emotionally. Their wounds provide narrative gravity and moral orientation. Hal and Jen remain harder to contain because their resilience creates ambiguity. Are they genuinely integrated, or simply avoiding deeper confrontation? Is their confidence wisdom, denial, charisma, performance, or all of these simultaneously? Their mythologies never answer definitively because the instability itself is the point. Power does not erase personality in either character, nor does personality entirely master power. Instead, both remain locked in ongoing negotiation between force and continuity. The negotiation never fully resolves because no psychologically honest version of their stories could allow full resolution. Hal cannot permanently escape the shadow of parallax because catastrophic overextension remains embedded inside his symbolic architecture forever. Jen cannot permanently escape the pressures of visibility because her mythology depends on public perception as much as physical strength. Yet neither character collapses entirely into those shadows either. That partial resistance becomes their enduring cultural function. In a fictional landscape increasingly organized around collapse as emotional spectacle, they preserve the possibility that identity may remain flexible under pressure without becoming emotionally trivial. They suggest resilience can appear socially alive rather than theatrically broken. They refuse the assumption that depth requires permanent immersion in symbolic ruin, not because suffering lacks meaning, because suffering alone cannot sustain personhood indefinitely without eventually consuming it. The final image surrounding both characters therefore carries unusual psychological texture. Not a throne, not a grave, not a triumphant ascension above ordinary humanity. Something stranger. Movement continuing beneath immense atmospheric pressure. A pilot still flying after discovering fear lives inside him more deeply than he once believed. A woman still laughing publicly while carrying the weight of endless projection across her skin. Neither escapes gravity, both refuse becoming only gravity, and that refusal keeps them alive inside the cultural imagination long after cleaner myths harden into stone. There's a particular kind of silence that exists before structural failure. Not peace, not stability, something colder than that. A controlled silence. The silence of steel under pressure. The silence of a city whose foundations are carrying more weight than they were designed to endure. In superhero fiction, this silence often hides beneath spectacle. The audience sees power, movement, impact, light erupting across the sky, entire streets collapsing under impossible force. But underneath those images sits a more unsettling idea. Some characters are not defined by what they do with power. They are defined by how desperately they contain it. Few pairings reveal this more clearly than Jon Stewart and Hulk. At first glance, they appear to occupy opposite symbolic territories. One is associated with military precision, geometry, discipline, architecture. The other with rupture, emotional overflow, monstrous escalation, and uncontrollable force. One constructs, the other destroys. One appears calm, the other appears catastrophic. Yet the deeper these characters are examined, the more their narratives begin to resemble mirrored systems orbiting the same psychological gravity. Both are stories about containment, not suppression in the simplistic sense, not emotional repression as moral weakness. Something more structural than that. Both characters exist as human frameworks attempting to prevent collapse from becoming identity. Their narratives revolve around vigilance. Constant vigilance. Every decision they make carries the implicit understanding that failure would not remain personal for long. Failure would spread outward, into cities, into institutions, into worlds. That pressure changes the architecture of a person. In the worlds these characters inhabit, power rarely exists as abstraction. It becomes environment, a force that reshapes space around whoever carries it. The modern superhero myth no longer treats ability as gift alone. Power functions more like atmosphere. Characters breathe it, carry it inside their nervous systems, build identities around surviving proximity to it. The genre itself transformed over decades into something increasingly concerned with internal destabilization. Earlier heroes often represented aspiration. Later heroes became systems under strain. Jon Stewart emerged from a cultural moment deeply concerned with order, authority, and structural integrity. Not merely physical integrity, but moral and institutional integrity. His presence carries the weight of construction. Even his imagination behaves architecturally. His power does not simply respond emotionally. It organizes. It calculates load-bearing pressure. It anticipates fracture points before impact arrives. He approaches force the way engineers approach gravity. Respectfully, methodically. Every construct he creates reflects a psychological need for coherence against chaos. That coherence is not natural. It is maintained. Bruce Banner exists at the opposite end of the same problem. His body became a contested territory long before it became a battlefield. The Hulk is often misunderstood as pure rage, but rage is only the visible eruption. Underneath sits terror, terror of permeability, terror of losing structural control, terror that beneath the social mask there exists something vast enough to erase the world around him if left unmanaged for even a moment. And unlike many heroes, Banner never truly believes he can master it. That distinction matters, because superhero fiction traditionally rewards confidence. Heroes become larger through certainty, through conviction, through self-actualization. But Banner's mythology operates through defensive architecture. His life becomes a system of walls, distance, monitoring, isolation, avoidance. He doesn't move through the world as someone trying to conquer external enemies. He moves like a containment unit attempting to prevent internal detonation. Jon Stewart behaves similarly. The difference is aesthetic. His containment looks functional, respectable, disciplined. Banner's containment looks tragic, but both characters are fundamentally organized around the same fear. That one fracture could undo everything surrounding them. One emotional miscalculation, one lapse in vigilance, one moment where pressure exceeds structural tolerance. Then the city falls. This is why both characters carry unusual emotional density beneath apparent stoicism. Their silence does not communicate absence of feeling. It communicates management, emotional triage, continuous internal calculation. The audience often mistakes quiet characters for emotionally uncomplicated ones because fiction tends to dramatize expression rather than suppression. But suppression leaves traces. It alters cadence, physicality, interpersonal distance, the shape of attention itself. Jon Stewart's restraint feels earned because his world repeatedly proves that undisciplined force becomes catastrophe. Every construct he creates functions like psychological evidence that order can still exist, that pressure can still be directed rather than surrendered to. His imagination becomes a defensive wall against collapse. Not unlike a city planner constructing flood barriers while fully aware the ocean is still there. Banner understands the ocean differently. He does not trust barriers. He trusts inevitability. The Hulk is not experienced internally as a weapon waiting to be deployed. He is experienced as pressure waiting to rupture containment. That difference transforms Bruce Banner's entire relationship with identity. Most heroes ask who they truly are beneath the mask. Banner asks whether the mask is the only thing preventing annihilation. This tension gradually transformed the Hulk myth from monster narrative into psychological siege. Earlier depictions often framed the Hulk as externalized anger, but over time the mythology became more unsettling because it recognized something deeper. The Hulk is accumulated force. Every humiliation, every suppression, every compromise, every act of emotional containment compressed into singular catastrophic release. The transformation itself became symbolic of pressure thresholds failing under sustained burden. Jon Stewart exists on the opposite side of the same symbolic equation. He represents successful containment under impossible pressure, not because he lacks emotional intensity, but because he organizes it into usable structure. The Green Lantern ring amplifies will, yet Stewart approaches will not as expression, but as responsibility. He builds through concentration because concentration itself becomes survival. That distinction separates him from many other lanterns. Some wield power through imagination. Stewart wields it through stabilization. His constructs often resemble infrastructure rather than fantasy. Bridges, barriers, mechanisms, reinforced systems. Even visually, his power behaves differently. Other lanterns project possibility. Stewart projects integrity. The audience senses this intuitively. His constructs feel heavy because psychologically they are carrying weight beyond combat. They are carrying the burden of holding collapse at bay. And collapse is always nearby in these stories. Superhero universes pretend to revolve around cosmic threats, invasions, multiversal crises, but psychologically they revolve around stress tolerance, around systems absorbing force until they cannot anymore. Cities become symbolic nervous systems. Battlefields become visible manifestations of internal fracture. Every shattered skyline reflects some failed containment mechanism somewhere within the characters themselves. Jon Stewart and Hulk stand at opposite gates of that symbolic territory. One fears becoming rupture. The other fears failing to prevent it. And because of that, both characters occupy unusual positions within their universes. Neither fully trusts power, including their own. Neither romanticizes emotional surrender. Neither believes chaos produces liberation. They understand force as something heavier than fantasy allows most heroes to admit. Something gravitational. Something capable of reshaping entire environments once released. That understanding isolates them. Not socially at first. Structurally. Both characters become psychologically separated from others because their relationship to consequence is fundamentally different. Most heroes can afford emotional spontaneity because the narrative protects them from irreversible collapse. Stewart and Banner cannot. Their identities are built around anticipation of damage, around calculating impact before motion occurs. They live as if every room contains unstable architecture. That changes a person over time, and it changes how audiences perceive them. Because beneath the explosions, transformations, alien wars, and cosmic mythology, both characters evoke a deeply modern anxiety. The fear that self-control is not freedom, but maintenance. The fear that stability is not natural, only temporarily sustained. The fear that beneath civilized identity exists pressure vast enough to level entire worlds if structure ever gives way. Before either character became associated with cosmic warfare or apocalyptic destruction, both existed inside systems obsessed with control. Not heroic control in the romantic sense. Institutional control. Structural control. The kind built by militaries, laboratories, governments, and ideological machines attempting to regulate forces larger than themselves. Neither Jon Stewart nor Hulk emerged from worlds that trusted human nature. Their narratives were constructed inside environments already anticipating collapse. That detail matters because superhero fiction often reveals the anxieties of the culture that produces it long before it reveals the psychology of the characters themselves. Bruce Banner was born from the atomic imagination, not simply from radiation as aesthetic motif, but from a civilization psychologically reorganized around catastrophic potential. The post-war world no longer feared invasion alone. It feared internal escalation. One mistake, one experiment, one fracture in containment. Entire cities erased in moments. The Hulk emerges directly from that atmosphere. He is less a monster than a chain reaction given flesh. Banner does not merely suffer transformation. He embodies a civilization terrified by the possibility that intelligence itself had already crossed a threshold it could no longer safely control. That's why the earliest Hulk stories feel haunted by inevitability. Banner is almost never framed as someone tempted by power. He is framed as someone trapped by consequence. The gamma explosion functions symbolically as irreversible exposure. Once crossed, there is no return to pre-catastrophe identity. His body becomes occupied territory. Every future interaction is reorganized around management of a force already inside him. The transformation is not aspirational. It is invasive, and unlike many heroes whose powers expand identity, the Hulk fractures identity. Bruce Banner becomes psychologically split not because he possesses duality in some simplistic good versus evil sense, but because his existence destroys continuity between internal states. The Hulk externalizes emotional realities Banner cannot safely integrate into social existence. Rage becomes mass. Fear becomes kinetic force. Humiliation becomes destruction. The body itself turns into public evidence of psychological overflow. That public dimension is crucial. Banner's crisis is never private for long. His inner instability immediately becomes environmental catastrophe. Buildings collapse. Armies mobilize. Entire landscapes rupture around him. The Hulk myth transforms emotional dysregulation into geographic consequence. Every transformation erases the illusion that emotional containment is merely personal. Banner carries the terrifying realization that internal fracture always becomes collective damage once power scales high enough. This is why the Hulk remains culturally durable across generations. The character adapts easily because modern society continually reproduces environments built on accumulated pressure. Economic pressure, masculine pressure, institutional pressure, emotional pressure, social pressure. The Hulk myth survives because it understands something uncomfortable about containment. Pressure does not disappear when hidden. It consolidates. Jon Stewart originates from a different cultural anxiety, the one equally tied to structure. His emergence reflects growing distrust in authority, paired with simultaneous recognition that some form of structure remains necessary for civilization to function at all. Unlike Banner, Stewart is not transformed against his will. He is selected, evaluated, recruited into an intergalactic institution whose entire existence depends upon discipline overcoming chaos. But selection itself creates pressure. The Green Lantern Corps operates less like fantasy mythology and more like imperial infrastructure stretched across the cosmos. Sectors, jurisdiction, patrol systems, enforcement mechanisms, hierarchies of responsibility. Even its symbolism reflects architecture rather than mysticism. Rings channel willpower, Yes, but the core treats will not as emotional authenticity. It treats will as operational stability. Lanterns are expected to function as mobile structures capable of resisting collapse under impossible conditions. Stewart fits this world because he already understands systems. Unlike other lanterns who approach the ring through imagination, charisma, or improvisation, Stewart approaches power through engineering logic. Construction, precision, load distribution, structural reliability. His mind naturally organizes force into coherent frameworks. That distinction transforms the visual language of his power into psychological revelation. His constructs often feel less like projections and more like reinforcement mechanisms against entropy itself. He builds as if collapse is always imminent. That mentality does not emerge accidentally. Stewart's military background matters because military psychology conditions individuals to anticipate consequence before action occurs. Every movement contains risk calculation. Every failure carries collateral implications. Stewart's emotional discipline is therefore not emotional absence. It is strategic regulation, a constant management of internal states in service of external stability. This creates an important contrast with Banner. Banner fears emotion because emotion threatens transformation. Stewart regulates emotion because regulation permits functionality. One experiences feeling as destabilization. The other experiences discipline as responsibility. Yet both become psychologically organized around vigilance. Continuous vigilance. They monitor themselves because they understand what happens when force escapes structure. The deeper irony is that both characters eventually become isolated precisely because of that vigilance. Banner isolates physically. Stewart isolates psychologically. Banner withdraws because proximity becomes dangerous. Relationships threaten escalation. Attachment creates vulnerability. Human intimacy becomes another pressure system capable of destabilizing containment. Over time, his narrative transforms wandering into psychological architecture. He drifts because permanence increases risk. The Hulk myth repeatedly places Banner on borders, deserts, highways, frozen wastelands, abandoned laboratories, peripheral spaces far from stable social environments. Symbolically, he becomes a displaced figure unable to inhabit ordinary civilization without threatening its foundations. Stewart experiences displacement differently. He remains integrated within institutions while gradually separating emotionally from those around him. Leadership alters him. Responsibility alters him. His competence itself creates distance. Others rely on him structurally, which often prevents them from fully perceiving the pressure accumulating beneath the surface. He becomes someone expected to remain stable regardless of circumstances. That expectation becomes its own prison. The Green Lantern myth frequently revolves around fear, but Stewart's relationship with fear differs from many heroes within the core. He rarely performs fearlessness theatrically. Instead, he behaves like someone who understands fear as environmental reality, requiring management rather than conquest. His composure emerges from functional necessity. Panic destabilizes structure. Hesitation creates fracture points. His calm therefore carries weight because it exists beside constant awareness of potential collapse. That awareness intensifies after trauma enters his mythology more directly. One of the defining moments in Stewart's history arrives through catastrophic failure, the destruction of Xanthi. A planet lost, billions dead, not through malice, but through miscalculation under pressure. The event permanently alters the emotional architecture of the character because it confirms the exact fear already organizing his psychology. One moment of failure truly can level worlds. After that point, Stewart's discipline becomes heavier, not rigid, burdened. His relationship with responsibility transforms from professional ethic into existential obligation. Every construct now carries memory. Every decision contains echoes of irreversible consequence. The character becomes psychologically defined by reconstruction after collapse. Not redemption in sentimental terms, but structural continuation after catastrophic fracture. He continues functioning because stopping would mean surrendering the very principles preventing further collapse. Banner experiences something similar through repetition rather than singular catastrophe. The Hulk leaves destruction everywhere, sometimes justified, sometimes unavoidable, sometimes manipulated by external forces. But regardless of context, Banner internalizes consequence continuously. Entire mythologies emerge around whether the Hulk should exist at all. Governments hunt him. Heroes contain him. Civilizations fear him. Over time, Banner absorbs society's perception of him as environmental threat rather than person. That perception reshapes identity. The Hulk's stories become increasingly psychological once they stop asking whether Banner can cure himself and start asking whether stable identity remains possible after enough fragmentation. Different Hulk personas emerge. Different emotional states gain distinct forms. The mythology evolves toward multiplicity because singular identity can no longer contain accumulated contradiction. And beneath all of it sits the same structural fear haunting Jon Stewart. Loss of control. Not merely emotional control. Narrative control. Existential control. The fear that identity itself is one pressure fracture away from collapse into something irreversible. This is why both characters resist chaos so intensely despite inhabiting universes built around spectacle. Chaos in superhero fiction is often romanticized as liberation from repression, but neither Stewart nor Banner believes that. Both understand chaos materially, structurally. Cities fall under it. Institutions rupture beneath it. Lives disappear inside it. Banner sees chaos as eruption. Stewart sees chaos as structural failure. The distinction changes their symbolic positioning within their universes. Banner becomes associated with uncontrolled nature. Stewart with disciplined civilization. Yet psychologically they mirror each other because both understand force primarily through consequence rather than fantasy. Their powers do not free them from responsibility. They trap them deeper inside it. This is also why Stoicism functions differently for them than for many comic characters. Comic book Stoicism is often aesthetic, a posture signaling coolness, confidence, masculine restraint. But Stewart and Banner embody operational Stoicism. They regulate themselves because the stakes of emotional collapse extend beyond personal suffering. Their restraint carries environmental implications. Entire populations exist downstream from their emotional stability. That makes both characters strangely tragic despite their immense capability. Not tragic because they are weak. Quite the opposite. They endure extraordinary pressure without fully collapsing. The tragedy lies in the realization that endurance itself becomes identity. Neither character fully experiences power as liberation. Power becomes obligation, maintenance, surveillance of the self, and the worlds around them reinforce this endlessly. The Green Lantern Corps rewards Stewart for discipline. Militaries and heroes fear Banner for instability. One receives institutional validation. The other receives institutional containment. Yet both systems ultimately reduce the characters into functions. Stewart becomes structural reliability. Banner becomes structural threat. Their humanity gradually risks disappearing beneath those symbolic roles. This is where both myths begin deepening beyond conventional superhero narratives. Because eventually the question stops being whether they can control power. The real question becomes what prolonged containment does to the architecture of the self over time. What makes Jon Stewart and Hulk culturally enduring is not merely their power, visual identity, or narrative longevity. Superhero fiction is filled with stronger characters, louder mythologies, and more commercially dominant symbols. Yet both figures continue returning to cultural relevance because they embody structural anxieties modern audiences increasingly recognize within themselves and the systems surrounding them. Their stories operate like psychological stress diagrams mapped onto popular mythology. They transform pressure into visible narrative architecture. This is why both characters resonate differently across historical periods while still preserving their symbolic core. The Hulk emerged during an era terrified by technological escalation and irreversible catastrophe. Nuclear anxiety reorganized the emotional atmosphere of the 20th century. Civilizations suddenly understood that human intelligence had surpassed humanity's emotional capacity to safely govern its own destructive capability. The Hulk externalized that realization through body horror and uncontrollable transformation. But the character evolved because the underlying anxiety evolved. Modern audiences no longer fear atomic apocalypse and isolation. They fear accumulated systemic pressure, economic instability, social fragmentation, emotional exhaustion, institutional distrust, psychological overload, endless exposure to outrage, and collapse through media saturation. The Hulk remains relevant because his mythology understands what prolonged compression does to human systems. The character visualizes emotional overload becoming environmental consequence. That is profoundly contemporary. The Hulk's rage rarely functions as isolated anger anymore. It resembles collective psychic accumulation. Humiliation layered upon humiliation. Violence layered upon violence. Systems demanding infinite tolerance while continuously producing destabilization. Audiences respond to the character not simply because they fantasize about strength, but because they recognize the emotional physics underlying the transformation. Pressure seeks release. Importantly, the Hulk mythology also reveals cultural discomfort with masculine emotionality under modern conditions. Banner exists inside contradictory social expectations. He is expected to remain calm, intelligent, useful, rational, controlled. Yet the world surrounding him continuously produces humiliation, aggression, surveillance, and fear. The Hulk emerges from the impossible contradiction between emotional suppression and escalating systemic pressure. This is why the character repeatedly oscillates between monster and folk hero, depending on cultural mood. When institutions appear trustworthy, Hulk resembles dangerous instability threatening social order. When institutions appear corrupt or emotionally suffocating, Hulk begins resembling catastrophic honesty. Audiences project onto him differently, depending on whether society itself feels structurally legitimate. That flexibility makes the character symbolically volatile. The Hulk can represent fear of violence or fantasy of liberation from emotional repression. He can embody trauma, masculine shame, anti-institutional rage, working-class exhaustion, or catastrophic resistance against systems perceived as psychologically inhuman. The mythology survives because it never fully stabilizes into singular meaning. Hulk stories remain culturally alive precisely because the pressure conditions creating the character never disappear historically. Jon Stewart occupies another symbolic territory equally important to modern culture. Where Hulk externalizes fear of emotional rupture, Stewart externalizes fear of structural collapse. His mythology resonates most powerfully during periods where institutions appear fragile, yet still necessary. He represents disciplined responsibility inside worlds increasingly defined by instability. Not naive faith in authority, but exhausted commitment to maintaining coherence even after certainty fractures. That distinction matters enormously. Modern audiences often distrust institutions while simultaneously fearing what happens when institutions fail completely. Stewart exists precisely inside that tension. He is not symbolic of blind obedience. He is symbolic of ethical burden carried within compromised systems. His narratives repeatedly ask whether disciplined individuals can preserve moral integrity while operating inside structures vulnerable to corruption, authoritarian drift, or systemic failure? That question feels increasingly contemporary. Stewart's cultural significance deepened substantially because of representation as well. As one of the most prominent black superheroes associated with authority, military discipline, engineering intelligence, and cosmic-scale responsibility, the character disrupted long-standing narrative assumptions surrounding race, competence, and leadership inside mainstream superhero mythology. Importantly, Stewart's identity was never culturally impactful simply because he existed visually within the role. His impact emerged because his characterization carried structural seriousness. He was not framed as symbolic decoration within the Green Lantern mythology. He became one of its emotional and philosophical centers. Audiences encountered a black hero defined not through reactive charisma or rebellious spectacle alone, but through architectural intelligence, emotional restraint, and existential responsibility under pressure. Stewart represented stabilization inside systems constantly approaching collapse. That symbolism carried enormous cultural weight, especially because popular culture often grants black characters visibility while denying them structural centrality. Stewart instead became associated with reliability at cosmic scale. Entire civilizations depend upon his judgment. Entire wars hinge upon his discipline. Entire institutions fracture or survive around his capacity to endure pressure without surrendering ethical coherence. Yet his mythology never romanticizes this burden fully, and that refusal is essential to the character's power. Stewart's stories repeatedly reveal the psychological cost of functioning as structural support within unstable systems. Leadership isolates him. Responsibility compresses emotional visibility. Institutional failure wounds him precisely because he believes structure matters. His narratives therefore resonate deeply within cultures increasingly exhausted by endless demands for resilience without corresponding systemic stability. This is where Stewart and Hulk become psychologically intertwined despite their apparent opposition. Both characters expose the hidden cost of carrying pressure society cannot safely metabolize collectively. Hulk carries emotional overflow society fears confronting directly. Stewart carries structural responsibility society depends upon while rarely understanding its psychological burden. One becomes feared because he cannot fully contain force. The other becomes burdened because he continuously succeeds at containing it. Together, they form a symbolic portrait of modern psychological existence under high-pressure systems. This is also why both characters generate unusually intense audience projection. Fans rarely engage with Hulk or Stewart purely through detached admiration. People interpret them through personal relationships to anger, responsibility, emotional regulation, authority, exhaustion, trauma, or institutional trust. Audiences often see themselves reflected in one side of the containment equation more than the other. Some recognize the fear of rupture. Others recognize the exhaustion of endless composure. And modern media environments intensify this identification process dramatically. Superhero mythology no longer exists solely within comics. Films, animation, games, online discourse, memes, fan analysis, and algorithmic circulation continuously amplify symbolic fragments of these characters into cultural shorthand. Hulk becomes immediate visual language for overload, rage, burnout, escalation. Stewart becomes symbolic shorthand for discipline, reliability, burdened leadership, and controlled force. Media environments compress myth into emotional signal. This is where contemporary visibility systems become important psychologically. Characters survive culturally today not merely through narrative quality, but through symbolic adaptability across fragmented media ecosystems. Hulk thrives because emotional overload remains universally recognizable across digital culture. Stewart thrives because disciplined integrity under pressure remains increasingly rare and therefore psychologically magnetic within environments saturated by chaos, impulsivity, and performative outrage. Importantly, neither character offers comforting fantasy. That separates them from many mainstream superheroes. Traditional superhero narratives often reassure audiences that power clarifies identity. Hulk and Stewart suggest the opposite. Power complicates identity. Pressure distorts identity. Responsibility isolates identity. Both characters repeatedly demonstrate that surviving force does not guarantee psychological freedom from it. This creates unusually adult symbolic resonance within popular mythology. The Hulk myth understands that repression eventually destabilizes systems from within. Stewart's myth understands that endless responsibility eventually transforms the people carrying it. Neither narrative believes stability emerges naturally. Stability must be maintained continuously against entropy, pressure, fear, and institutional fracture. That worldview feels increasingly recognizable within contemporary life. Modern individuals navigate constant informational overload, economic uncertainty, emotional surveillance through social media visibility, institutional distrust, political polarization, and escalating psychological demand for self-regulation under unstable conditions. Hulk and Stewart therefore stop feeling like distant fantasy archetypes and start resembling symbolic exaggerations of ordinary psychological pressures operating at catastrophic scale. One explodes under unbearable accumulation. One survives unbearable accumulation through disciplined compression. Neither condition feels entirely healthy. That's the point. The audience senses something truthful in both figures, because modern culture increasingly normalizes unsustainable psychological conditions while demanding functionality continue uninterrupted. The Hulk becomes fantasy of catastrophic refusal against endless compression. Stewart becomes fantasy of maintaining coherence despite overwhelming instability. Both fantasies carry cost, and both reveal something culturally unsettling about contemporary heroism itself. Earlier heroic myths often revolved around conquest, discovery, destiny, triumph over external threat. Modern superhero myths increasingly revolve around management, damage management, emotional management, crisis management, identity management. The hero no longer simply defeats chaos. The hero absorbs pressure systems threatening collective collapse. Stewart and Banner embody opposite poles of this transformation. One represents the nightmare that pressure will eventually rupture containment entirely. The other represents the nightmare that containment itself may slowly consume the person maintaining it. This duality explains why both characters continue functioning as modern myths rather than disposable entertainment properties. Myths survive because they externalize recurring psychological tensions civilizations cannot resolve permanently. Hulk and Stewart endure because societies continuously recreate the exact conditions producing their symbolic meaning. Pressure continues accumulating historically. Institutions continue struggling with legitimacy. Individuals continue balancing emotional suppression against social functionality. Civilization continues demanding stability from people increasingly overwhelmed by structural strain. And somewhere inside that cultural landscape, the image remains hauntingly recognizable. A man desperately holding catastrophe inside himself. Another man desperately holding catastrophe away from everyone else. Both exhausted, both still standing. What ultimately remains after decades of stories involving Jon Stewart and Hulk is not the memory of isolated battles, crossover events, or temporary victories. Those things fade with publication cycles. Universes reboot. Timelines fracture. Continuities reorganize themselves endlessly. Yet certain symbolic tensions survive every revision because they operate beneath continuity itself. Stewart and Hulk persist because the psychological structures underneath them remain unresolved within culture. Neither character ever truly escapes containment. That permanence is their final mythology. The modern superhero genre often pretends transformation leads toward integration. Trauma becomes strength. Power becomes identity. Conflict produces self-actualization. But these two characters resist that narrative instinct continuously. Their stories suggest something colder and more structurally unsettling. Some forms of pressure never disappear. Some burdens cannot be transcended. They can only be carried differently over time. Banner never fully becomes free from the Hulk because the Hulk eventually stops functioning as external condition and becomes inseparable from the architecture of his existence. Attempts at cure repeatedly fail, not merely for narrative convenience, but because the mythology itself rejects the fantasy that accumulated psychic force can simply be erased through technical resolution. The Hulk survives because the conditions producing him survive. Suppression survives. Humiliation survives. Fear survives. Violence survives. And beneath all of them, the terrifying possibility that human beings are not nearly as emotionally stable as civilization requires them to appear. This is why later Hulk stories increasingly abandon the language of healing and drift toward coexistence, fragmentation, or cyclical endurance. Banner does not conquer the Hulk. He learns to navigate unstable territory occupied by competing selves, conflicting impulses, and recurring eruptions of force. Stability becomes conditional rather than permanent. The character's mythology matures once it accepts this. Not optimistically, honestly. That honesty gives the Hulk unusual symbolic longevity because audiences intuitively recognize the emotional mechanics beneath the spectacle. Most people will never physically transform into catastrophic force, but many understand what it feels like to carry accumulated pressure beneath social functionality. Many understand emotional compartmentalization becoming identity. Many understand existing inside systems demanding composure regardless of internal strain. The Hulk exaggerates these conditions until they become impossible to ignore. That exaggeration functions mythologically. Ancient myths externalize storms, floods, famine, war, and divine punishment to make invisible fears culturally visible. Modern superhero myths externalize psychological systems instead. The Hulk becomes visible pressure, visible rage, visible fracture, visible emotional accumulation finally escaping containment. He survives culturally because societies continuously produce new generations capable of recognizing themselves inside that symbolic structure. Jon Stewart leaves behind another kind of legacy. His mythology survives because modern culture increasingly doubts whether ethical structure can withstand escalating instability without collapsing into authoritarianism, exhaustion, or moral compromise. Stewart represents disciplined responsibility under impossible conditions, but crucially, his stories never present discipline as emotionally uncomplicated virtue. His restraint costs him. That cost matters because cultural myths surrounding responsibility often erase the psychological burden carried by those maintaining structural coherence inside unstable environments. Stewart's narratives repeatedly refuse that simplification. Leadership isolates him. Responsibility compresses emotional expression. Institutional failure wounds him deeply because he continues believing structure matters even after witnessing its capacity for corruption and collapse. He becomes a myth about maintenance, not glamorous maintenance, exhausting maintenance. This makes Stewart uniquely modern as heroic symbol. Earlier heroic archetypes often centered around conquest or transformation. Stewart's heroism revolves around sustained functionality under catastrophic pressure without surrendering ethical awareness entirely. He is not mythologized because he dominates force absolutely. He is mythologized because he continues carrying responsibility after certainty breaks down. That distinction transforms him into something culturally rare, a figure associated with authority who remains psychologically aware of authority's dangers. A figure associated with discipline, who understands discipline, can become dehumanizing. A figure associated with structure, who recognizes structures themselves, can fracture morally under sufficient fear. This complexity protects the character from becoming simplistic propaganda for institutional order. Stuart's mythology remains alive precisely because it carries tension internally. He continues building structures, while fully aware structures can become prisons. He continues defending civilization, while understanding civilization often wounds the people protecting it. The burden never resolves, and neither does the audience's relationship with him. Over time, both Hulk and Stuart evolve beyond individual character interpretation and begin functioning as symbolic positions audiences move between psychologically. People relate to Hulk during periods of emotional overload, humiliation, social exhaustion, or suppressed rage. People relate to Stuart during periods requiring discipline, endurance, ethical restraint, or structural reliability despite internal strain. Many recognize both conditions simultaneously. That overlap reveals why these characters pair together so powerfully beneath surface contrast. Their mythologies complete each other structurally. Hulk externalizes what happens when pressure escapes containment. Stuart externalizes what happens when containment becomes permanent existential obligation. One reveals the fear of rupture. The other reveals the fear of endless compression. Together, they form a closed psychological system, and modern culture increasingly lives inside that system. Institutions continue demanding resilience from populations operating under escalating instability. Individuals continue regulating emotion within environments saturated by anxiety, outrage, economic precarity, and informational overload. Public life increasingly rewards performance of composure, while simultaneously generating conditions hostile to genuine psychological stability. The result resembles both mythologies simultaneously. Society fears emotional eruption, while depending upon endless containment. That contradiction ensures both characters remain symbolically alive regardless of continuity changes or shifting media trends. Even when adapted differently across films, animation, comics, or games, the underlying structures survive because the cultural anxieties sustaining them remain unresolved historically. The Hulk still asks whether suppression inevitably creates catastrophe. Stuart still asks whether endless responsibility eventually consumes the self carrying it. Neither question has disappeared from modern life. If anything, they have intensified. This is why neither mythology permits genuine closure. Resolution would destroy the symbolic engine keeping the characters culturally functional. Banner cannot permanently stabilize because modern civilization itself has not stabilized its relationship with violence, emotional repression, and systemic pressure. Stuart cannot permanently rest because modern civilization still depends upon individuals carrying impossible structural burdens to prevent larger collapse. Their stories sediment rather than conclude, like pressure layers accumulating underground, like reinforced walls slowly carrying more weight than originally intended, like cities surviving atop unstable foundations because collapse has not yet reached visible threshold. This creates the final emotional atmosphere surrounding both characters. Not hope exactly, not despair either, something heavier than both. Recognition. Recognition that civilization itself often operates through fragile containment systems maintained by psychologically exhausted individuals. Recognition that force never disappears simply because it becomes socially invisible. Recognition that the line separating stability from collapse may be thinner than collective culture prefers admitting. And still both characters continue. Banner continues carrying the unbearable knowledge that catastrophe lives inside him permanently. Stuart continues carrying the unbearable responsibility of preventing catastrophe outside himself continuously. Neither escapes pressure. Neither achieves emotional transcendence. Neither receives clean symbolic liberation. They endure. That endurance becomes their final mythological form. Not heroes who conquered force. Not victims destroyed by it. Structures still standing under impossible weight. There is a particular kind of man that superhero fiction keeps returning to. Not the noble idealist, not the tragic martyr, not even the charismatic rebel. Something older than that, more structural. The man who experiences the world primarily as confrontation. The man who enters every room already preparing for resistance, already measuring territory, already expecting collision before conversation has even begun. Long before power touches him, his nervous system is organized around impact. That is the terrain where both Guy Gardner and Red Hulk begin. Not as heroes shaped by destiny, but as personalities shaped by pressure. Men who understood aggression not as emotional instability, but as architecture, as orientation, as method. The world surrounding them merely amplified what already existed. Superhero fiction often treats rage as contamination, a rupture in the social body, a fracture inside the self. Anger appears as something that overtakes identity, corrupts judgment, dissolves morality. But these two characters emerged from a very different psychological current, one tied less to fear of aggression and more to fascination with it. Their narratives do not ask what happens when anger escapes control. They ask something more uncomfortable. What happens when anger becomes control itself? That distinction changes everything, because neither man experiences fury as fragmentation. They experience it as consolidation. The emotional state others fear becomes, for them, a form of heightened coherence. The noise disappears. Hesitation disappears. Complexity disappears. The world narrows into target, obstacle, territory, victory, into movement, and movement feels like truth. The symbolic environments surrounding these characters reinforce this logic constantly. Guy Gardner emerges from a universe built around willpower, hierarchy, interstellar law, military structure, and emotional discipline. Yet he enters that architecture like a stress fracture inside the foundation. A Green Lantern who behaves less like an enlightened guardian and more like a man permanently bracing for a fight in a parking lot at midnight. His aggression does not contradict the core. It exposes something hidden inside it, the militaristic skeleton beneath the cosmic idealism. Thunderbolt Ross functions similarly inside Marvel's universe. Before becoming Red Hulk, Ross already exists as institutional masculinity incarnate. General, strategist, bureaucratic war machine wrapped in patriotic ritual. His entire identity rests upon containment, borders, discipline, threat management. Yet beneath that structure sits an obsession he cannot metabolize. Bruce Banner represents something Ross cannot tolerate psychologically. Uncontrolled transformation, intelligence detached from obedience, power that refuses military ownership. The obsession escalates because Banner's existence destabilizes Ross's worldview at its foundation. The Hulk represents force without institutional permission. And for men like Ross, unauthorized power feels indistinguishable from chaos itself. Eventually, the contradiction becomes impossible to sustain. And that is where the transformation happens. Not merely physical transformation, ideological transformation. Because when Ross becomes Red Hulk, the symbolism completes itself with terrifying precision. The military mind no longer attempts to control rage externally. It merges with rage entirely. Institution and fury collapse into the same body. Command structure fuses with emotional combustion. What emerges is not a man corrupted by anger, but a man who finally experiences anger as legitimacy. The same current exists inside Guy Gardner, although expressed through a different aesthetic vocabulary. Guy's entire presence operates like a challenge thrown into the center of any room he occupies. Even visually, he often appears constructed around friction. The posture, the exaggerated confidence, the refusal of social smoothness, the constant escalation. He behaves like someone who believes respect can only emerge from pressure. And crucially, the narratives around him often reward this. That reward matters, because both characters emerge from cultural environments deeply fascinated by masculine force during periods of institutional instability. Their popularity expands during eras increasingly skeptical of diplomacy, increasingly obsessed with authenticity, increasingly attracted to figures who appear emotionally unfiltered. In moments where public trust in systems weakens, aggression starts masquerading as honesty. Fury begins presenting itself as clarity. The angry man suddenly looks decisive in a culture drowning in uncertainty. This is why both characters operate as fantasies of simplification. They transform emotional complexity into directional momentum. Fear becomes attack. Vulnerability becomes domination. Confusion becomes confrontation. Every internal contradiction gets externalized into collision with the world itself. Nothing remains unresolved internally because everything becomes warfare externally. The symbolic geography around them reflects this constantly. Their stories are filled with occupied territory, breached walls, escalating force, collapsing restraint. Every environment becomes an arena. Every interaction becomes positional. Every disagreement becomes existential. Their identities expand through pressure rather than introspection. They understand themselves most clearly when pushing against resistance, or crushing it. And yet neither character is framed purely as villainous. That ambiguity is essential to understanding why they persist culturally. The audience is not merely observing rage. The audience is observing competence fused with rage, efficiency fused with rage, conviction fused with rage. The fantasy only works because anger appears functional, sometimes more functional than restraint itself. That is the dangerous seduction underneath both figures. Because superhero fiction traditionally relies on the idea that morality emerges from self-control. But Guy Gardner and Red Hulk destabilize that equation. They suggest something far more volatile. That forceful certainty may outperform moral hesitation in systems built around conflict. That aggression may not interrupt order. It may generate it, at least temporarily. The result is a kind of ideological gravity surrounding both characters. Other figures orbit them differently. Conversations shift tone around them. Teams reorganize themselves in reaction to their pressure. Their presence alters emotional atmosphere before action even begins, like storms changing air pressure before impact. Because both characters embody escalation as identity, not escalation as accident. And beneath all of this sits a deeper cultural contradiction superhero fiction has never fully resolved. Modern civilization publicly condemns aggression while structurally rewarding it everywhere. Political systems reward domination. Economic systems reward extraction. Military systems reward controlled violence. Social systems reward spectacle. Yet individuals are still expected to experience anger privately, safely, therapeutically, and visibly. These characters violate that separation. They drag aggression back into visibility and crown it with symbolic authority. That is why they remain psychologically magnetic even when abrasive, exhausting, or openly destructive. They embody a fantasy older than superhero fiction itself. The fantasy that fury, if wielded with enough certainty, can become structure rather than collapse. That rage can function not merely as reaction, but as governance, as philosophy, as identity purified through pressure, a kingdom built from impact. And once that logic enters the narrative, containment itself becomes impossible. Before either character becomes associated with cosmic force or gamma mutation, the essential structure is already there. The transformation only amplifies a pre-existing psychological arrangement. That distinction matters because both Guy Gardner and Thunderbolt Ross belong to a particular lineage of masculine archetype, shaped less by emotional repression than by emotional weaponization. They are not men trying to suppress aggression. They are men who learn to organize identity through it. The difference appears subtle at first. It is not. Many aggressive characters in superhero fiction operate through instability. Their rage feels impulsive, chaotic, self-destructive. But these two characters experience aggression as orientation, as structure. Their emotional intensity does not fragment their perception of reality. It simplifies it. The world becomes easier to navigate once reduced to pressure, resistance, and force application. Complexity disappears beneath momentum. This is why both characters often appear strangely comfortable during escalation. Conflict restores familiarity. Tension creates psychological clarity. Hostility produces rhythm. Peace feels less natural to them than confrontation. That pattern begins early with Guy Gardner. Even among the Green Lanterns, a group already defined by willpower and militarized discipline, Guy occupies a uniquely abrasive position. The Corps presents itself as enlightened authority, a galactic police structure supposedly governed by rational restraint and universal order. Yet the institution itself contains an unresolved contradiction from the beginning. It relies upon emotional absolutism while claiming moral objectivity. The rings function through will, but will is never emotionally neutral. Guy exposes this contradiction merely by existing. Where characters like Hal Jordan embody confidence as aspirational heroism, Guy embodies confidence as territorial pressure. His identity forms through collision with authority, collision with peers, collision with expectation itself. He enters conversations already pushing against them. The hostility is not incidental behavior layered over his personality. It is the engine generating the personality in the first place. Even his humor often functions aggressively. Mockery, provocation, dominance signaling disguised as charisma. He behaves like someone permanently testing the structural integrity of the social environment around him. Every interaction becomes an arena where hierarchy must be negotiated again. And underneath that behavior sits something culturally recognizable. A distinctly working-class masculinity, filtered through superhero mythology. Guy Gardner often feels psychologically closer to the angry laborer, the aggressive athlete, the resentful veteran, the man humiliated repeatedly by institutions, yet still addicted to proving himself inside them. His aggression carries the residue of perceived disrespect. That emotional residue is crucial, because much of Guy's identity depends upon the belief that the world continuously underestimates him. He experiences himself as someone denied proper symbolic recognition. The result is a personality permanently escalating outward in search of undeniable presence. Volume becomes existence. Force becomes visibility. Confrontation becomes proof of relevance. The Green Lantern ring amplifies this dynamic perfectly, because it literalizes internal force projection. Thought becomes construct. Will becomes weaponized architecture. Emotion becomes visible structure occupying external space. For someone like Guy, this is psychologically intoxicating. Not because the ring grants power, but because it grants external confirmation that pressure itself can reshape reality. His aggression stops being merely interpersonal and becomes cosmological. Rage acquires geometry. Impulse acquires mass. Emotional intensity begins constructing territory physically. That symbolism matters because the Green Lantern mythology constantly frames willpower as noble transcendence, yet Guy reveals the hidden instability inside that premise. Willpower detached from introspection easily mutates into domination, into emotional absolutism disguised as certainty, into the belief that intensity itself validates action. And Guy rarely doubts his intensity. That absence of hesitation defines him more than the aggression itself. A similar structure exists inside Thunderbolt Ross, although filtered through institutional rather than personal mythology. Ross emerges from military identity completely fused with hierarchy, command, and containment logic. Unlike Bruce Banner, whose transformations externalize vulnerability and fragmentation, Ross begins as someone emotionally stabilized through systems of order. Rank gives him coherence. Protocol gives him legitimacy. The military structure operates like psychic scaffolding holding the self together, which is precisely why the Hulk becomes unbearable to him. Bruce Banner represents everything Ross cannot psychologically integrate. Intelligence without militarized obedience. Power outside command structures. Transformation beyond institutional control. Banner's existence implies that force may emerge from places hierarchy cannot regulate. Worse still, Hulk repeatedly humiliates the military apparatus publicly. Tanks fail. Containment fails. Strategy fails. Firepower fails. And failure for Ross is not merely operational. It is existential. Because Ross belongs to a worldview where authority must appear structurally invulnerable to remain psychologically functional. Once institutional power appears penetrable, the symbolic architecture sustaining masculine command begins collapsing inward. The general cannot merely lose battles. He cannot permit the image of military impotence to stabilize culturally. So obsession emerges, not only with destroying Hulk, but with resolving the contradiction Hulk represents. That obsession slowly consumes Ross because the conflict is never truly external. Bruce Banner becomes a projected battlefield where Ross attempts to annihilate his own fear of uncontrollable force. Hulk embodies emotional excess escaping containment. Ross spends years trying to restore symbolic order through escalating aggression against that excess. But aggression alters him in the process. This is where the eventual emergence of Red Hulk becomes psychologically inevitable rather than narratively surprising. The transformation merely reveals what the conflict had already produced internally. Ross no longer believes rage should be controlled from outside. He now believes rage must be possessed directly before someone else possesses it first. That shift mirrors broader cultural anxieties surrounding masculinity and institutional authority during the eras these stories evolved. Particularly in late 20th century American fiction, there is increasing suspicion toward emotional softness, procedural restraint, and bureaucratic hesitation. Decisiveness becomes fetishized culturally. Ruthlessness begins presenting itself as realism. The angry man appears authentic because he appears unfiltered. Both Guy Gardner and Red Hulk emerge from this atmosphere. Their aggression feels culturally persuasive because it bypasses uncertainty. Other characters deliberate. They act. Other characters question morality. They question weakness. Other characters struggle internally before violence. These two characters often experience violence as clarification itself. That distinction grants them enormous symbolic gravitational pull inside their respective universes. Notice how surrounding characters constantly reorganize emotionally around them. Teams either resist them, fear them, or unconsciously adapt to their intensity. The environment bends around pressure. Even when rejected socially, they dominate psychic space narratively. Their energy colonizes atmosphere, because aggression functions differently from most emotional expressions in group dynamics. Sadness contracts space. Fear destabilizes space. But aggressive certainty expands into surrounding territory automatically. It forces reaction, forces orientation, forces acknowledgement. This is why both characters feel larger than their actual narrative roles at times. Their emotional logic generates disproportionate symbolic presence. And yet neither character operates purely through blind rage. That misunderstanding weakens analysis of both figures. Their fury is highly organized, instrumental, purpose-driven. They are not consumed by anger in the traditional sense. They deploy it, curate it, shape identity through it. That controlled quality is precisely what makes them culturally unsettling, because uncontrolled anger remains socially manageable as pathology. It can be dismissed as instability. But disciplined aggression creates a different symbolic problem entirely. It begins resembling leadership, conviction, authority, strength under pressure. Suddenly rage acquires moral camouflage. This becomes especially visible in how both characters relate to weakness. Neither tolerates fragility comfortably, either in themselves or others. Vulnerability threatens the structural myth each man depends upon. If force organizes identity, then softness risks dissolution. Emotional openness becomes associated with collapse, loss of territory, loss of command. So pressure intensifies whenever vulnerability approaches consciousness. Guy Gardner often compensates through exaggerated bravado, performative confrontation, endless escalation. Ross compensates through militarized rigidity, strategic domination, obsession with command hierarchy. Different aesthetics, same defensive architecture. Both men are terrified of impotence. Not sexual impotence necessarily, although superhero fiction frequently encodes those anxieties symbolically. More existential than that, psychological impotence, the fear of becoming irrelevant inside systems governed by force. The fear that restraint may simply be another word for surrender. That fear transforms aggression into moral identity. Eventually, the emotional equation stabilizes completely. Anger no longer feels like reaction to injustice. It becomes proof of authenticity itself. The angrier the character becomes, the more convinced he feels of his own clarity. Fury starts functioning like purification, burning away hesitation, ambiguity, compromise. Everything unnecessary disappears inside heat. This is why both characters repeatedly approach ideological extremity without fully collapsing into villain archetypes. They maintain a strange moral ambiguity because their aggression often produces results. Their methods appear brutal, but effective. Their certainty appears dangerous, but useful during crisis. Superhero universes constantly create catastrophic scenarios that reward escalation temporarily. The narratives themselves become complicit. And once audiences begin associating aggression with competence, a deeper symbolic transition occurs. Fury stops appearing like emotional failure. It starts resembling evolutionary adaptation. The violent man suddenly looks more synchronized with reality than everyone else. That fantasy sits at the center of both characters. Not simply the fantasy of power, the fantasy that emotional hardness reveals hidden truth inaccessible to softer minds. That anger strips illusion away. That confrontation exposes reality more honestly than empathy ever could. It is an ancient fantasy wearing modern superhero armor. And within both universes, that fantasy keeps finding reinforcement through collision after collision, victory after victory, escalation after escalation, until eventually aggression ceases being merely behavioral. It becomes cosmology. What ultimately gives Guy Gardner and Red Hulk enduring symbolic power is not merely their aggression, but the specific cultural function their aggression performs. Both characters emerge from fictional universes already saturated with violence, yet they remain psychologically distinct because they refuse the traditional moral framing surrounding force. They do not experience rage as unfortunate necessity. They experience it as orientation toward reality itself. That distinction allows them to absorb anxieties far larger than superhero narratives alone. In many ways, both characters operate as cultural responses to institutional exhaustion. Their popularity intensifies during periods where collective faith in systems weakens visibly, where political structures appear performative, where bureaucratic language feels detached from material instability, where public discourse increasingly rewards emotional intensity over procedural nuance. Under those conditions, aggressive certainty starts acquiring symbolic prestige. Not because people necessarily admire violence intellectually, because they begin associating emotional force with authenticity. This shift appears everywhere in modern culture. Public figures gain visibility through confrontation rather than coherence. Political discourse rewards escalation more efficiently than deliberation. Social media platforms amplify outrage structurally because outrage generates attention density faster than ambiguity ever could. Emotional aggression becomes economically efficient inside visibility-based systems. Guy Gardner and Red Hulk fit seamlessly into this environment. Both characters embody emotional immediacy in worlds increasingly suspicious of mediation itself. They do not appear filtered. They do not appear hesitant. Their identities project directness with almost theatrical intensity. The audience never wonders where they stand psychologically because the characters externalize impulse instantly through pressure, confrontation, and force projection. That transparency creates the illusion of honesty, especially masculine honesty. Historically, many superhero archetypes relied upon concealed emotional instability beneath polished heroic surfaces. Figures like Batman or Spider-Man derive much of their emotional tension from compartmentalization. Trauma remains partially hidden beneath social masks. But Guy Gardner and Red Hulk invert this dynamic entirely. Their aggression is public, their hostility visible, their intensity impossible to separate from identity. The mask and the wound become identical. This visibility matters culturally because contemporary audiences increasingly distrust emotional concealment. The polished institutional masculine ideal begins feeling artificial within environments dominated by spectacle and constant exposure. Anger appears more believable precisely because it seems difficult to fake. Fury creates an impression of stripped-down sincerity, even when strategically performed. That is why both characters resonate with audiences who may not even agree with their behavior morally. The emotional force itself feels real in worlds increasingly experienced as synthetic, bureaucratic, mediated, and emotionally flattened. Aggression punctures atmosphere. It interrupts passivity. It creates symbolic weight. The angry man becomes visible against numbness. And yet both characters reveal something darker beneath this attraction. They expose how modern culture increasingly confuses emotional intensity with moral legitimacy. The louder figure often appears more truthful simply because he appears more emotionally invested. Rage starts functioning as evidence. This dynamic becomes particularly important when examining masculinity. Both Guy Gardner and Red Hulk belong to a lineage of masculine fantasy rooted in pressure endurance. The ideal man absorbs conflict without emotional fragmentation. He escalates rather than retreats, dominates rather than negotiates, forces resolution rather than tolerating ambiguity. Within this framework, emotional softness risks symbolic feminization because vulnerability appears incompatible with survival inside hostile systems. The body itself becomes ideological terrain. Guy Gardner's exaggerated posture, confrontational speech patterns, territorial behavior, and relentless need for recognition all reflect anxieties surrounding masculine visibility. He behaves like someone terrified of symbolic diminishment. Every interaction risks becoming proof of relevance or irrelevance. Respect functions almost like oxygen psychologically. This makes him culturally recognizable far beyond comic readership. He resembles the aggressive athlete unable to exist outside competition, the loud coworker whose entire personality revolves around challenge rituals, the man who interprets every disagreement as status negotiation, the individual permanently oscillating between insecurity and domination display. Importantly, audiences often understand these figures intuitively before analyzing them consciously, because these behavioral patterns saturate modern masculine culture already. Red Hulk embodies a more institutional variation of the same anxiety. Ross's identity depends less upon interpersonal dominance and more upon structural authority. Military symbolism surrounds him constantly because the character reflects fantasies of masculine order imposed through overwhelming force capacity. The general archetype carries enormous cultural resonance precisely because it promises stability through command hierarchy. But Red Hulk pushes this fantasy toward ideological extremity. The military masculine ideal no longer merely administers violence. It becomes violence incarnate. Bureaucratic authority fuses with catastrophic physical dominance until distinction disappears entirely. Red Hulk effectively transforms the state itself into emotional force projection. That symbolism becomes especially potent in post-20th century American culture, where military imagery increasingly occupies emotional rather than merely strategic territory. National identity, masculine identity, security identity, and emotional identity begin collapsing into one another through endless crisis narratives. Strength becomes aestheticized continuously. Red Hulk looks like that aesthetic given flesh. And because superhero fiction operates mythologically whether intended or not, these characters gradually transcend narrative function and become symbolic reference points for broader emotional archetypes. They stop belonging entirely to their original stories. Audiences begin using them psychologically to organize perceptions of masculinity, anger, authority, and authenticity outside fiction itself. This is how myth operates culturally, not through literal belief, but through symbolic orientation. The narratives surrounding these characters also reveal how aggression reproduces tribal identity structures. Both Guy Gardner and Red Hulk generate polarized audience reactions that mirror the emotional dynamics inside their stories. Some readers interpret them as refreshing truth-tellers cutting through institutional hypocrisy. Others interpret them as embodiments of toxic escalation consuming every environment they enter. Both readings contain truth simultaneously, because the characters themselves function through contradiction. They expose one of the deepest tensions inside contemporary social psychology. People increasingly crave emotional honesty, while fearing emotional volatility. They want authenticity without destabilization, strength without domination, certainty without authoritarianism. But figures like Guy Gardner and Red Hulk reveal how difficult these separations become once aggression acquires symbolic legitimacy, especially within spectacle-driven media systems. Marshall McLuhan's invisible shadow hangs heavily over both characters because their symbolic force depends not only upon narrative content, but upon the environments through which audiences encounter them. Comics, animated adaptations, internet discourse, clipped confrontation scenes, meme circulation, power-scaling debates, fan edits emphasizing rage moments. The media environment amplifies aggression selectively because aggression translates visually and emotionally faster than introspection. Rage compresses well into spectacle. This matters enormously because superhero culture increasingly operates through fragments rather than sustained narrative immersion. Characters become symbolic through repeated emotional impressions distributed across platforms. A glare, a punch, a threat, a confrontation. Aggression travels farther and faster than nuance inside these systems. Guy Gardner benefits from this because his personality generates immediate emotional readability. Audiences instantly understand his confrontational energy, even without deep continuity knowledge. Red Hulk functions similarly. The imagery alone communicates ideological atmosphere immediately. Massive red military rage creature. The symbolism requires almost no translation. Modern media ecosystems reward that immediacy relentlessly. At the same time, both characters expose how contemporary culture mythologizes emotional hardness as adaptation strategy within unstable systems. Their aggression often appears less pathological than practical. This is psychologically significant because many audiences increasingly experience ordinary life itself as permanently escalated. Economic pressure, political polarization, social fragmentation, digital visibility, constant competition for symbolic recognition. Under those conditions, emotionally forceful figures start appearing evolutionarily synchronized with reality. The calm person seems detached. The angry person seems awake. This partially explains why audiences repeatedly gravitate toward characters who embody pressure rather than transcend it. Traditional heroic serenity often feels emotionally inaccessible within environments saturated by instability. Guy Gardner and Red Hulk instead mirror the atmosphere audiences already inhabit psychologically. They do not soothe anxiety. They weaponize it. And this weaponization creates peculiar emotional intimacy between audience and character. Not intimacy through vulnerability, but through recognition. Many readers understand subconsciously what these characters represent emotionally, even when rejecting their behavior consciously. The fantasy underlying both figures is deeply familiar. The fantasy that enough force can finally silence uncertainty. That fantasy becomes especially dangerous because it contains partial truth. Aggression often does produce short-term clarity. It cuts through paralysis, simplifies decisions, creates movement where hesitation once existed. Superhero narratives repeatedly demonstrate this operational effectiveness. But the stories also reveal the long-term cost. Once aggression becomes primary organizing principle, every system surrounding it begins narrowing psychologically. Complexity disappears. Emotional flexibility disappears. Opposition intensifies. Relationships become territorial. Institutions become paranoid. Identity hardens into permanent defense posture. The arena expands until it consumes everything. This is why both characters remain symbolically unresolved culturally. They cannot function as simple cautionary tales because they are too effective within the worlds they inhabit. Nor can they function as aspirational ideals without revealing terrifying implications about modern masculinity and power structures. So they persist in tension, half admired, half feared, which is precisely how enduring myths survive across generations. Not by resolving contradiction, but by embodying it so completely that cultures continue returning to them compulsively, searching for answers the narratives themselves cannot provide. Guy Gardner and Red Hulk endure because they reveal something modern civilization simultaneously desires and dreads. The possibility that beneath every sophisticated system still waits an older emotional logic organized entirely around pressure, territory, domination, and force projection. And worse still, the possibility that this logic may not be external to civilization at all. It may be the foundation underneath it. What remains after the smoke clears around Guy Gardner and Red Hulk is not resolution. Superhero fiction rarely produces genuine resolution because these characters are not constructed to heal contradictions. They are constructed to preserve them visibly. To embody tensions cultures cannot metabolize fully through ordinary discourse. That is why both figures continue resurfacing across eras, creative teams, tonal shifts, and ideological climates without losing symbolic charge. The conflict embedded inside them remains active historically. Modern culture still has not decided whether aggression represents evolutionary adaptation or civilizational corrosion, whether emotionally forceful masculinity protects social order or slowly poisons it from within. So the characters persist, not as completed narratives, but as recurring pressure systems. This persistence becomes especially visible when examining how audiences reinterpret them over time. Earlier generations often framed figures like Guy Gardner primarily as abrasive comic relief, a disruptive masculine presence inside more idealistic heroic environments. But as public culture itself became more polarized, more confrontation-driven, more organized around performative certainty and emotional escalation, the character's symbolic atmosphere changed. The world started catching up to him psychologically. Suddenly Guy Gardner no longer appeared exaggerated in the same way. His aggression began resembling broader social rhythms already saturating everyday life. Constant status negotiation, public hostility rewarded algorithmically, emotional intensity functioning as social currency, identity increasingly constructed through visible opposition rather than internal coherence. Guy had always operated that way. Culture eventually followed. This transformation reveals one of the deepest truths about superhero mythology generally. These characters survive not because they remain static, but because different eras activate different dimensions already latent within them. The symbolic structures stay intact while historical conditions alter interpretation around them. Red Hulk undergoes a similar evolution. Initially, the character could easily be dismissed as spectacle escalation within a franchise already saturated by gamma transformations. Bigger Hulk, Red Hulk, more destruction, more force. But over time, the deeper symbolism surrounding Ross's transformation became increasingly difficult to ignore because contemporary political and cultural systems themselves began resembling the emotional logic he embodied. Institutional authority fused more openly with spectacle, intimidation, permanent emergency rhetoric, and militarized identity projection. The metaphor stopped feeling distant. That is what gives both characters their lingering psychological unease. They increasingly resemble structural truths hiding beneath modern systems, rather than fictional exaggerations external to them. The militarized masculine archetype no longer appears confined to comic book fantasy. It permeates politics, media ecosystems, corporate culture, digital discourse, and social identity performance constantly. Pressure has become atmosphere culturally. Guy Gardner and Red Hulk merely render that atmosphere visible through mythic scale. Importantly, neither character functions as pure villain because modern culture itself cannot fully reject the emotional logic they represent. Aggression remains deeply entangled with fantasies of competence, decisiveness, protection, and authenticity. Even audiences critical of hyper-masculine domination often continue responding emotionally to figures who project certainty under pressure. That contradiction sustains the mythology indefinitely. Civilization publicly celebrates empathy, while structurally rewarding escalation everywhere underneath. Institutions praise cooperation while organizing themselves competitively. Media systems condemn outrage while economically depending upon it. Political structures denounce authoritarian impulse while continuously amplifying fear-based narratives requiring strongman aesthetics to stabilize emotionally. The aggressive figure becomes both symptom and solution simultaneously. This duality explains why both characters remain narratively indispensable despite their corrosive effects on surrounding emotional ecosystems. Stories repeatedly require them because superhero universes themselves are built around perpetual instability. Endless invasions, endless existential threats, endless collapsing structures requiring immediate force response. Under those conditions, emotionally reflective heroes often appear psychologically overwhelmed. Figures like Guy Gardner and Red Hulk instead synchronize with catastrophe instinctively. Crisis sharpens them. Escalation clarifies them. They belong to worlds permanently operating at emergency frequency, and modern audiences increasingly feel the same way. This is perhaps the most unsettling aspect of their legacy. They no longer read simply as fantasies of masculine excess. They read as adaptive personalities produced by permanently accelerated environments. Men calibrated toward conflict because the systems surrounding them never stop generating conflict structurally. The rage becomes infrastructural rather than exceptional. That infrastructural quality transforms both characters into myths about modern emotional survival itself. Guy Gardner represents the individual version of this adaptation. The self constructed through pressure endurance, confrontation rituals, symbolic visibility battles, and refusal to appear psychologically soft within competitive systems. Every interaction becomes contested terrain. Red Hulk represents the institutional version. The transformation of authority structures into emotional war machines incapable of perceiving legitimacy outside dominance projection. The state as perpetual escalation apparatus. Leadership fused with intimidation spectacle. Security logic expanding until it colonizes identity itself. Both myths converge around the same terrifying proposition: that emotional hardness may become socially necessary inside systems too unstable to reward vulnerability consistently. And yet the narratives surrounding these characters also reveal the spiritual exhaustion embedded inside that adaptation. Not spirituality in mystical terms. Structural exhaustion, emotional narrowing, relational collapse, the gradual inability to perceive meaning outside confrontation dynamics. Guy Gardner often appears surrounded socially, yet isolated psychologically. Constantly visible, rarely understood. His aggression secures presence but destabilizes intimacy. Respect arrives more easily than trust. Attention arrives more easily than connection. He wins territory repeatedly while losing inhabitable space internally. Red Hulk experiences an even more severe form of this isolation, because institutionalized aggression eventually consumes reciprocity altogether. Ross achieves the fantasy entirely. Command fused with overwhelming force. Emotional hesitation eradicated. Vulnerability eliminated from operational logic. And what remains feels monumentally empty. Not weak. Not defeated. Empty through overconsolidation. Identity hardened into singular function until flexibility disappears completely. The man becomes system. The system becomes pressure. Pressure becomes permanent. There is no room left for ordinary humanity inside the structure. This is where both characters reveal their final tragic dimension. Not tragedy through downfall, but through permanence. Through becoming too fully synchronized with worlds organized around endless escalation. They survive every conflict only to become increasingly incapable of existing outside conflict itself. The battlefield follows them everywhere. That permanence explains why these characters rarely receive emotionally conclusive endings. Superhero fiction instinctively understands that figures like Guy Gardner and Red Hulk cannot resolve cleanly, because the cultural contradictions they embody remain unresolved historically. The stories continue because the systems producing these personalities continue reproducing themselves socially. Every new era generates new audiences capable of recognizing them immediately. The aggressive coworker, the confrontational political figure, the emotionally armored veteran, the man who interprets every disagreement as challenge. The institution that mistakes intimidation for stability. The culture rewarding certainty while collapsing under its consequences. The mythology keeps finding real-world reflections. And perhaps that is the final symbolic legacy both characters leave behind. They expose how easily civilizations begin romanticizing pressure during periods of collective instability. How quickly force starts appearing synonymous with truth. How readily emotional hardness transforms into moral authority once fear saturates public consciousness deeply enough. Neither character creates this dynamic. They reveal it. That revelation is what keeps them psychologically alive long after specific storylines fade. Guy Gardner and Red Hulk endure because they illuminate something buried underneath contemporary culture's relationship with masculinity, authority, and emotional survival. The uneasy suspicion that modern systems no longer know how to distinguish strength from domination clearly, or perhaps no longer want to. In the end, both characters remain standing exactly where they began symbolically, inside the arena, surrounded by pressure, defined by confrontation, mistaking escalation for coherence because escalation is the only emotional language their worlds consistently reward. And the most unsettling part is not that these universes created them. It is that they keep needing them. There's a particular kind of horror that only exists inside cosmic fiction. Not the horror of destruction itself, nor the fear of death, but the horror of scale. The moment when a human being realizes the universe is operating on proportions far beyond psychological comprehension. Not physically dangerous at first, symbolically dangerous. A widening of perspective so violent that identity begins collapsing under the pressure of its own irrelevance. Most superhero stories pretend power is the crisis. It usually isn't. The real crisis emerges when ordinary consciousness is dragged too close to mythological machinery without the internal architecture required to survive the proximity. That pressure sits at the center of characters like Kyle Rayner and Rick Jones. Two figures who initially enter their universes almost accidentally, not as chosen kings or destined warriors, but as spectators standing too close to a collapsing boundary. They begin as observers. That distinction matters. They are not born inside the center of the arena. They wander into it, one through the random inheritance of a dying intergalactic institution, the other through the endless gravitational pull of radioactive gods, cosmic soldiers, and reality-bending catastrophes that never stop expanding around him. Their stories begin small, human scale, street-level psychologically, even when the worlds surrounding them are already impossibly large. At first, that relatability becomes their narrative function. Both characters operate as stabilizing lenses for universes that risk becoming abstract without them. Kyle arrives during the symbolic death of the Green Lantern mythos itself. The old order has collapsed. The core is gone. The structure that once organized cosmic authority lies in ruins. What remains is a single ring handed to a struggling artist whose life possesses no visible preparation for carrying the emotional residue of an extinct empire. Rick enters Marvel mythology even earlier, standing beside the birth of the Hulk, not as a warrior, but as a witness. A teenager caught in the blast radius of forces he cannot conceptualize yet. That becomes the pattern of his existence. Always nearby, always surviving contact with structures too large for human proportion. The important detail is that neither character initially understands the symbolic weight accumulating around them. They interpret events pragmatically because ordinary consciousness always does. Kyle sees opportunity, responsibility, confusion. Rick sees danger, excitement, chaos. Neither fully perceives the scale of inheritance being transferred onto their identity. But mythological systems operate differently from human systems. Weight accumulates invisibly first. The burden arrives before awareness does. By the time perception catches up, the architecture of the self has already begun changing under pressure. Cosmic fiction often disguises this process beneath spectacle. Lantern constructs, gamma mutations, alien wars, collapsing timelines, reality fractures. The imagery becomes louder than the psychological movement underneath it. But beneath all the color and impossible scale exists a recurring pattern. Human beings forced into symbolic positions their minds were never built to inhabit continuously. The audience sees ascension. The characters experience compression. Every expansion of responsibility creates new psychological gravity. Every widening of perspective removes another protective illusion necessary for stable identity. That trajectory becomes impossible to ignore once figures like Goliath enter the equation. Because Goliath does not merely continue the pattern. He exposes its endpoint. He represents what happens when cosmic awareness expands faster than psychological integration. Not corruption exactly. Not madness in the simplistic sense either. Something worse. Perception without boundary. Consciousness stretched beyond human tolerance until reality itself becomes psychologically uninhabitable. Goliath perceives too much. The symbolic noise of existence becomes constant. Every layer of causality visible simultaneously. Every contradiction exposed at once. Infinite awareness stops functioning like enlightenment and starts functioning like erosion. Kyle Rayner's trajectory approaches a similar threshold through different imagery. His mythology constantly revolves around imagination under impossible pressure. The Green Lantern ring externalizes thought itself. Will becomes architecture. Emotion becomes structure. Fear becomes environmental force. Unlike older Lantern figures who inherited stability, Kyle inherits collapse. He is forced to improvise identity, while simultaneously rebuilding the symbolic credibility of an entire cosmic institution. The ring becomes less a weapon than an amplifier. Every uncertainty magnified, every emotional fracture projected outward into visible form. The more responsibility expands, the more imagination itself becomes unstable territory. Rick Jones occupies a stranger position inside this landscape because he never fully transforms into a godlike figure in the traditional sense. Instead, he becomes connective tissue between them, a human bridge linking catastrophes together across decades of Marvel continuity. Hulk mythology, Kree mythology, cosmic warfare, destiny narratives, identity fractures, nuclear paranoia, heroic succession. He repeatedly survives contact with forces that should psychologically annihilate ordinary perception. Over time, his role stops resembling coincidence. He becomes a symbolic witness trapped inside escalating proximity to impossible scale. Not at the center of power, but permanently near it, which can be even more destabilizing, because proximity creates distortion. That is the hidden mechanism operating beneath all three characters. Not simply exposure to power, but prolonged exposure to symbolic scale. Human consciousness depends on limitation to remain coherent. Identity requires borders. Perspective requires selective blindness. Mythological awareness destroys those boundaries. The closer these characters move toward cosmic responsibility, the less separation exists between personal identity and universal consequence. Every decision gains unbearable symbolic weight. Every failure echoes outward across systems too large to emotionally process. The tragedy is that all three characters continue moving forward anyway. That persistence matters. Kyle continues accepting greater responsibility until he eventually becomes the White Lantern, absorbing even broader symbolic territory than the core itself once represented. Rick repeatedly returns to the center of catastrophe, despite the psychological fragmentation accumulating around him. Goliath keeps expanding perception, even after reality begins tearing apart under the strain. None of them fully retreat. The gravitational field of cosmic responsibility becomes self-perpetuating. Once consciousness expands beyond certain thresholds, ordinary existence becomes psychologically inaccessible. This is where these stories stop functioning as simple superhero narratives and begin operating more like cultural myths about modern consciousness itself. because the fear hidden underneath cosmic fiction is not really about aliens, gods, or galactic war. It is about scale overwhelming human architecture, information exceeding integration, symbolic responsibility expanding faster than identity can stabilize around it. These characters embody a distinctly modern terror, the collapse that occurs when awareness grows infinitely outward while the self remains painfully human underneath. And that tension never truly resolves. It only evolves into different forms of pressure, different masks of collapse, different attempts to construct meaning inside systems too large to emotionally survive. When Kyle Rayner first appears inside the collapsing remains of the Green Lantern mythology, the timing itself already communicates instability. He does not inherit a functioning institution. He inherits aftermath. The symbolic order that defined cosmic authority for decades has already imploded under the weight of internal contradiction, paranoia, and accumulated trauma. The core is dead. OA is silent. The Guardians are gone. Even before Kyle understands what the ring represents, he is standing inside the ruins of a fallen empire pretending to still possess coherence. That context changes everything about his psychological relationship to power. Previous Green Lanterns operated within structure. Even when isolated, they remained psychologically supported by the existence of a larger system surrounding them. The core functioned like an interstellar cathedral of certainty. Rules existed. Hierarchies existed. Identity had external reinforcement. Kyle inherits none of that stability. His arrival transforms the Green Lantern mythology from institutional fantasy into improvisational survival. He becomes the sole carrier of symbolic continuity without possessing the psychological preparation normally required to sustain it. A struggling artist suddenly becomes responsible for maintaining the emotional credibility of an extinct civilization. That artistic background matters more than superhero fiction usually acknowledges. Kyle approaches reality through imagination first, not discipline. His mind naturally processes existence through abstraction, emotional association, and creative construction. The ring responds directly to those tendencies. Unlike lanterns who treat the ring as military extension or ideological instrument, Kyle unconsciously turns it into psychological projection. His constructs often feel less engineered than emotionally composed. The ring externalizes inner architecture continuously, which means instability inside the self becomes visible at cosmic scale almost immediately. The Green Lantern mythology had always revolved around willpower, but Kyle's stories quietly transform that concept into something more psychologically dangerous. Will alone stops being enough. Creativity becomes necessary for survival because the symbolic landscape surrounding him no longer possesses stable foundations. He is not merely defending sectors of space. He is rebuilding narrative legitimacy itself. Every victory becomes symbolic proof that the Green Lantern concept still deserves existence after institutional collapse. Every failure threatens to confirm the opposite. The pressure surrounding him is existential before it is physical. At the same time, the broader cultural environment surrounding comics during Kyle's emergence amplifies this instability even further. Superhero mythology during the 1990s becomes obsessed with collapse, fragmentation, and succession. Traditional heroic certainty begins eroding across the industry. Legacy characters replace icons. Institutions decay. Violence escalates. Cosmic narratives grow increasingly apocalyptic in scale. Kyle arrives precisely when older models of heroic identity no longer feel psychologically convincing to audiences raised inside accelerating cultural instability. His uncertainty becomes part of the appeal. He reflects a generation inheriting broken systems rather than stable traditions. Rick Jones emerges from a different symbolic environment entirely, yet his psychological role follows strikingly similar patterns. Rick enters Marvel mythology during the birth of the Atomic Age superhero, where power is inseparable from catastrophe. The gamma explosion that creates the Hulk also creates Rick's narrative function. Witness, catalyst, survivor. He is not transformed physically in the same way Bruce Banner is. Instead, he becomes psychologically marked by proximity. That distinction defines his entire existence across Marvel continuity. Rick repeatedly occupies spaces where ordinary humanity collides with impossible force. Hulk mythology alone already positions him near uncontrollable psychological rupture. Bruce Banner represents internal catastrophe externalized physically, while Rick becomes the observer forced to emotionally process that catastrophe from nearby. But Marvel never allows Rick to remain attached to one mythology. He drifts across narrative territories like a civilian trapped inside permanent mythological weather. Captain America, the Avengers, Captain Marvel, the Kree, Destiny narratives, cosmic warfare. Each new proximity adds symbolic residue to his identity. What makes Rick unusual is how little external authority he possesses compared to the figures surrounding him. He is not fundamentally defined by dominance. He survives through adaptation, improvisation, and emotional elasticity. That flexibility initially makes him effective as an audience surrogate because he reacts to absurdity with recognizable human confusion. But over time, that same openness becomes psychologically hazardous. He absorbs fragments of every mythology he enters without possessing stable boundaries, separating his identity from the symbolic systems surrounding him. This becomes especially visible during his connection to Captain Marvel and later Guinness Vel. The recurring theme underlying these relationships is not empowerment, but overload. Rick repeatedly becomes tethered to beings operating on scales of awareness and responsibility fundamentally incompatible with ordinary psychological architecture. He exists beside them long enough that their symbolic gravity begins reshaping him too. Human identity slowly becomes secondary to cosmic function. The individual starts dissolving into narrative infrastructure. Guinness represents the most extreme evolution of that process. Unlike Rick or Kyle, Guinness begins already positioned near impossible scale. He inherits cosmic expectations structurally, the son of Mar-Vell, carrying the symbolic burden of legacy before developing stable selfhood independent from it. His consciousness expands rapidly beyond human proportion because the mythology surrounding him demands expansion continuously. Cosmic awareness becomes indistinguishable from existential pressure. Every increase in perception strips away another layer of protective illusion necessary for emotional coherence. The terrifying aspect of Guinness is that his breakdown emerges directly from heightened understanding. He does not collapse because reality becomes less visible. He collapses because it becomes too visible. Causality unfolds simultaneously. Contradictions coexist without resolution. Moral simplicity disappears entirely. The universe stops functioning like narrative and starts functioning like overwhelming informational density. Consciousness itself becomes crowded. His awareness loses the filtering mechanisms ordinary psychology depends upon to preserve stable identity. Infinite perception destroys proportion. This creates the hidden connective tissue linking Guinness to both Kyle and Rick. All three characters become trapped inside expanding symbolic environments where psychological integration cannot keep pace with narrative escalation. The scale surrounding them grows faster than the self can reorganize around it. Kyle responds through imagination. Rick responds through emotional adaptation. Guinness responds through expanded perception. But all three strategies eventually reveal structural instability underneath them. The universes surrounding these characters reinforce the problem continuously because superhero cosmology rewards escalation almost automatically. Greater threats require broader awareness. Broader awareness requires greater symbolic responsibility. Every victory expands narrative territory further outward. Heroes stop protecting neighborhoods and begin protecting timelines, dimensions, realities, metaphysical balance itself. But the psychological consequences of that expansion rarely disappear simply because the genre demands momentum. Instead, they accumulate invisibly inside characters whose identities were never designed to metabolize infinite consequence. This is why the White Lantern transformation matters symbolically for Kyle. On the surface, it appears transcendent, evolutionary, a movement toward completeness. But psychologically, it also represents the final abandonment of limitation. The Green Lantern role already demanded impossible symbolic labor from a human mind. The White Lantern mythology expands that burden toward totality itself. Kyle no longer merely channels will. He becomes associated with balance across emotional spectrums, existential forces, life processes, cosmic equilibrium. The symbolic territory surrounding his identity becomes almost uncontainably large. Rick experiences similar expansion differently. Rather than ascending toward singular godhood, he becomes permanently entangled inside networks of cosmic consequence. His life loses ordinary proportion because mythological systems keep selecting him as connective infrastructure. He repeatedly functions as bridge, anchor, witness, companion, or symbolic hinge between larger entities. The universe continuously pulls him back toward catastrophic centers. Even when attempting ordinary life, the gravitational field surrounding cosmic mythology refuses release. What emerges across all these narratives is a recurring image of the human mind functioning like territory under occupation. Cosmic awareness invades psychological space gradually. At first, identity appears intact. The characters still possess humor, familiarity, emotional accessibility. But pressure accumulates. Responsibility expands. Symbolic gravity intensifies. Eventually, the self stops functioning like stable territory and starts functioning like contested ground between human limitation and mythological expectation. That conflict becomes especially potent because these characters never fully fit the traditional heroic archetype associated with certainty or command. Kyle is too improvisational. Rick is too reactive. Genis is too psychologically permeable. Each embodies forms of openness that initially create empathy, but later generate instability under pressure. They are not immovable structures resisting cosmic force. They are absorptive systems attempting to remain coherent while exposed to escalating symbolic intensity. The deeper tragedy is that superhero universes rarely allow genuine retreat from these positions once inherited. Mythological responsibility behaves like gravity. The closer characters move toward cosmic centrality, the more impossible ordinary existence becomes psychologically. Perspective itself changes irreversibly. After witnessing reality at those scales, returning to human proportion begins feeling artificial. Smaller concerns lose emotional weight. Daily life becomes difficult to inhabit sincerely. The characters continue functioning externally, while internally displaced from ordinary reality. That displacement forms the emotional foundation underneath all three narratives. Not loneliness exactly, something more structural, a growing incompatibility between human psychology and mythological scale. The audience often interprets these stories as fantasies of transcendence because superhero fiction traditionally frames expansion as empowerment. But beneath the spectacle exists continuous evidence of erosion. The widening arena surrounding these characters slowly destroys the very proportions necessary for stable identity. And still the systems surrounding them continue demanding more. More awareness, more responsibility, more sacrifice, more symbolic endurance. The mythology never stops expanding outward. Neither does the pressure. What makes Kyle Rayner and Rick Jones culturally significant is not simply their connection to cosmic mythology, but the psychological pattern hidden underneath their narratives. All three characters emerge during periods when superhero fiction itself begins struggling with scale. Not only narrative scale, but symbolic scale. The genre starts expanding beyond the emotional proportions its original structures were designed to sustain. These characters become symptoms of that expansion long before audiences consciously recognize it. Earlier superhero mythology often revolved around localized symbolic order. Cities, communities, secret identities, clear moral geography. Even cosmic stories maintained recognizable emotional hierarchy. But by the late 20th century, superhero universes begin operating more like endless expanding systems incapable of stabilizing around fixed centers anymore. Continuity multiplies. Mythologies overlap. Power escalates. Stakes inflate continuously. The narrative environment itself starts resembling informational overload. Characters like Kyle, Rick, and Gennis become uniquely effective at reflecting the psychological consequences of that transformation because they are structurally permeable figures. None of them begin as untouchable icons. That matters enormously. They enter their mythologies from psychologically accessible positions. Kyle is an artist struggling through ordinary instability before inheriting cosmic responsibility. Rick is a teenager accidentally caught beside catastrophic transformation. Gennis inherits symbolic pressure before fully forming independent identity around it. Each character initially functions as a bridge between human scale and mythological enormity. That bridge becomes culturally important because audiences themselves increasingly occupy similar psychological territory in modern life. The deeper cultural resonance emerges from how these stories unconsciously mirror the relationship between contemporary consciousness and overwhelming informational environments. Modern individuals continuously exist near systems too large to emotionally process fully. Global catastrophe, digital hypervisibility, political fragmentation, economic instability, technological acceleration, infinite streams of symbolic conflict arriving simultaneously through media systems that never stop expanding outward. Human consciousness now operates under forms of pressure structurally similar to cosmic superhero mythology. Too much visibility, too much consequence, too much scale. This is why Kyle's role as the inheritor of institutional collapse resonates beyond simple comic book succession narratives. He reflects a generation inheriting broken symbolic systems while still being expected to preserve their legitimacy somehow. The Green Lantern Corps already lies in ruins when he arrives. The authority structures surrounding him have failed catastrophically. Yet responsibility transfers downward anyway. He becomes psychologically responsible for restoring symbolic coherence to systems he did not destroy and was never properly prepared to manage. That pattern extends far beyond superhero fiction. Modern audiences increasingly recognize that emotional condition intuitively. Institutions collapse while expectations remain intact. Structures lose credibility while responsibility continues expanding. Individuals become tasked with psychologically maintaining systems too large and damaged for any single consciousness to stabilize alone. Kyle's improvisational relationship to cosmic responsibility reflects a broader cultural condition where adaptation replaces certainty because stable structures no longer exist reliably enough to support identity the way they once did. Rick Jones reflects another side of the same cultural transformation. He embodies the psychological exhaustion produced by continuous proximity to catastrophe. His narratives repeatedly position him near escalating symbolic crises without granting corresponding distance from them. Over time, he becomes emotionally shaped by permanent exposure to instability itself. That condition mirrors modern media environments almost perfectly. Ordinary individuals now exist beside global disasters, ideological wars, cultural fragmentation, and existential threats continuously transmitted into daily consciousness through systems of permanent visibility. Rick survives, but survival gradually becomes indistinguishable from psychological displacement. He remains functional while internally reorganized around catastrophe exposure. That tension feels deeply contemporary because modern consciousness increasingly operates the same way. People adapt outwardly to informational overload while quietly losing stable emotional proportion internally. The symbolic pressure accumulates invisibly until ordinary reality itself starts feeling psychologically distorted. Goliath represents the endpoint of this cultural trajectory. He embodies the terror hidden inside total visibility. Earlier societies often imagined expanded awareness as liberating. More knowledge meant greater freedom. Broader perception meant higher consciousness. But Goliath exposes the psychological contradiction underneath that assumption. Infinite awareness destroys proportion. Consciousness requires filtering to remain emotionally survivable. Once every contradiction becomes visible simultaneously, meaning itself starts collapsing under excessive informational density. This is precisely why Goliath feels strangely prophetic compared to many earlier cosmic characters. His suffering resembles contemporary forms of psychological overload, far more than traditional superhero tragedy. He is not broken by singular trauma. He is broken by excessive exposure to reality itself. Too much causality visible at once. Too much symbolic noise. Too many layers of consequence arriving simultaneously without emotional hierarchy. His mind becomes crowded by existence. Modern digital environments reproduce similar psychological conditions constantly. Endless streams of conflict, infinite symbolic visibility, continuous exposure to catastrophe, ideology, identity performance, social fragmentation, collective anxiety, and escalating pressure to emotionally process events occurring across scales no individual consciousness evolved to metabolize continuously. Goliath becomes culturally important because he transforms that condition into mythological form before society fully develops language for it. This is also why these characters differ so sharply from traditional heroic archetypes built around mastery. Older superhero mythology often centered on stable identity confronting external threat. These characters operate differently. Their narratives revolve around unstable identity, attempting to survive overwhelming symbolic environments. The threat is not merely outside them. The threat is scale itself. More specifically, the incompatibility between human psychological architecture and infinite expansion. Cosmic superhero fiction accidentally becomes one of the clearest symbolic expressions of late modern consciousness because it externalizes pressures contemporary individuals increasingly experience internally. Hypervisibility, escalating responsibility, institutional collapse, information overload, emotional fragmentation under symbolic pressure. The genre keeps representing these conditions through galaxies, timelines, alien wars, and reality fractures because mythological imagery makes unbearable psychological conditions easier to process collectively. Kyle's constructs symbolize this beautifully. Thought becomes visible architecture. Emotion becomes environmental force. Internal instability manifests externally. The Green Lantern mythology essentially transforms consciousness itself into territory under pressure. Every construct reflects the condition of the mind generating it. Under ordinary circumstances, that idea appears empowering. Under escalating cosmic responsibility, it becomes terrifying. The self can no longer conceal fracture because fracture immediately becomes structural reality. Rick represents the civilian counterpart to that same symbolic process. He shows what prolonged exposure to impossible environments does to ordinary psychological proportion over time. His humanity remains recognizable specifically because it never fully stabilizes into mythological certainty. He absorbs symbolic residue continuously without ever becoming entirely abstracted from emotional consequence. That instability makes him one of Marvel's most psychologically revealing figures, even though he rarely occupies central heroic focus. Goliath, meanwhile, destroys the illusion that expanded consciousness automatically produces wisdom or transcendence. His collapse exposes the unbearable weight hidden inside total awareness. The mythology surrounding him becomes almost anti-mystical in its implications. Infinite perception does not liberate him. It crushes him beneath excessive visibility. Reality itself becomes psychologically uninhabitable once symbolic scale expands beyond emotionally manageable proportion. Together, these characters reveal a fundamental shift in how modern mythology understands power. Earlier heroic systems imagined strength as accumulation. More awareness, more ability, more responsibility, more scale. But these narratives quietly reveal the opposite possibility. Expansion itself may become psychologically unsustainable past certain thresholds. The self may not survive infinite enlargement intact. This is why their stories continue lingering inside collective imagination despite never fully occupying the iconic stability of figures like Superman or Spider-Man. They function differently. They are transitional myths, frontier myths, characters positioned precisely where human consciousness begins colliding with scales too large for stable emotional integration. They expose pressures older heroic archetypes were designed to conceal. And perhaps most importantly, they reveal that the modern fear hidden beneath cosmic fiction is not annihilation. It is overload. The lasting power of Kyle Rayner, Rick Jones, and Goliath does not come from triumph. None of their narratives truly resolve into stable victory. Even when they survive, survival carries visible psychological residue. That residue becomes the actual legacy. These characters endure because they embody a modern symbolic condition that superhero mythology increasingly cannot avoid confronting. The impossibility of remaining psychologically human while continuously existing at mythological scale. Older heroic archetypes often ended in restoration. Order returned. Identity stabilized. The symbolic center held. But cosmic superhero fiction gradually loses confidence in restoration because the systems surrounding these characters no longer possess fixed boundaries capable of containing escalation permanently. Universes keep expanding outward. Symbolic responsibility keeps multiplying. Awareness keeps widening. The pressure never fully disappears because the mythology itself structurally depends on infinite enlargement to sustain momentum. Kyle's trajectory captures this transformation perfectly. He begins as a replacement figure standing inside institutional ruins, and eventually evolves into one of the largest symbolic carriers in DC cosmology itself. The scale of his ascent should theoretically produce certainty. Instead, it produces increasing abstraction. The further Kyle moves toward universal symbolic responsibility, the more difficult it becomes to preserve recognizable emotional proportion around him. His humanity remains present, but increasingly compressed beneath cosmic expectation. That compression becomes his defining psychological atmosphere. Even at his most powerful, Kyle rarely feels emotionally immovable in the way older cosmic archetypes often do. There is always visible strain underneath the constructs. Visible effort beneath the symbolic architecture. The mythology never fully erases the sense that he is improvising against pressures larger than any individual consciousness should sustainably contain. That vulnerability becomes central to his symbolic endurance because it preserves the human cost inside cosmic escalation. The White Lantern transformation ultimately crystallizes the contradiction underlying his entire narrative. Total symbolic integration appears glorious externally, but psychologically, it implies unbearable responsibility. To embody universal balance means existing beneath permanent existential pressure. Every emotional instability risks structural consequence. Every fracture threatens systems extending far beyond personal identity. The self becomes too small relative to the symbolic territory attached to it. Rick Jones leaves behind a different, but equally significant symbolic legacy. He represents the permanent witness inside superhero mythology, the human being who survives too close to too many gods. Over decades of continuity, Rick transforms into living evidence that prolonged exposure to impossible scale alters consciousness, even without absolute power attached to it. His life accumulates mythological gravity until ordinary proportion becomes impossible to recover completely. What makes Rick culturally enduring is that he never fully escapes emotional consequence the way many cosmic figures eventually do. He remains psychologically recognizable despite enormous symbolic exposure. That persistence turns him into one of the clearest representations of how modern individuals attempt to preserve humanity while existing inside environments defined by continuous catastrophe and symbolic overload. He adapts, survives, reconnects, fragments, returns. The cycle never fully resolves because the systems surrounding him never stop expanding. There is something profoundly unsettling about how often Rick becomes infrastructure for larger mythologies rather than autonomous center of his own. Hulk mythology needs him. Captain Marvel mythology needs him. Cosmic continuity repeatedly pulls him back toward symbolic fault lines because his narrative role evolved beyond ordinary individuality long ago. He becomes connective tissue, holding impossible systems together emotionally. The witness eventually transforms into part of the machinery itself. And then there is Genis. Genis leaves behind one of the most psychologically revealing collapses in cosmic superhero fiction precisely because his breakdown never feels accidental. It feels structural, inevitable. He represents the endpoint hidden inside modern mythology's obsession with infinite awareness and escalating symbolic responsibility. The closer consciousness moves toward total visibility, the more emotionally unsustainable reality becomes. Genis does not fail because he is weak. He fails because perception itself exceeds survivable proportion. That distinction gives his story unusual permanence. Many tragic superhero narratives revolve around corruption, temptation, violence, or sacrifice. Genis revolves around consciousness breaking beneath excessive informational density. His suffering feels disturbingly contemporary because modern life increasingly produces similar emotional conditions at smaller but constant scales. Endless visibility, endless symbolic noise, endless consequence without stable hierarchy of meaning. His collapse resembles a mythological expression of modern psychological overload. Together, these three characters form a hidden map of cosmic fiction's psychological evolution across decades. Kyle represents inherited symbolic collapse transformed into impossible responsibility. Rick represents prolonged proximity to mythological catastrophe, reshaping ordinary consciousness permanently. Genis represents awareness itself expanding beyond emotional survivability. Different trajectories, same underlying pressure. Human architecture failing beneath escalating symbolic scale. This is why their stories continue echoing through comic culture even when they are not positioned as central icons. They expose structural truths larger mythologies often attempt to smooth over. Superman still represents stable symbolic coherence. Batman still represents controlled psychological architecture imposed against chaos. Spider-Man still preserves recognizable emotional proportion despite suffering. But Kyle, Rick, and Genis occupy more unstable territory. They reveal what happens when scale itself becomes psychologically corrosive. Modern superhero mythology increasingly gravitates toward this territory because contemporary culture itself increasingly exists there. Infinite connectivity, infinite visibility, infinite symbolic escalation. Individuals now process emotional pressures extending far beyond local human proportion continuously. Global crises arrive instantly. Ideological warfare becomes ambient environment. Personal identity performs beneath constant symbolic observation. Consciousness expands outward technologically, while emotional architecture remains painfully human underneath. These characters anticipated that condition before culture fully recognized it consciously. Their narratives accidentally evolved into myths about informational pressure, symbolic overload, and the collapse of stable proportion under infinite expansion. That is why they feel strangely modern even decades later. The fears embedded inside them have only intensified culturally over time, and none of their stories offer genuine escape from that pressure. Kal never fully returns to ordinary scale. Rick never fully exits symbolic orbit. Gennis never successfully reintegrates expanded perception into survivable identity. The mythology does not heal them because the contradiction itself remains unresolved. Human consciousness still cannot sustainably process infinite symbolic territory. The systems surrounding these characters continue demanding expansion anyway. That unresolved tension becomes the final image they leave behind. Not heroes standing triumphantly above catastrophe. Not fallen figures destroyed by singular failure. Something more unsettling. Human beings gradually transformed by prolonged exposure to mythological scale until the boundary between self and symbolic machinery nearly disappears entirely. The arena grows larger. The pressure grows heavier. And the mind keeps trying to survive inside structures never designed for human proportion in the first place. Before love becomes a weapon, it often appears as atmosphere. It surrounds the hero, softens the battlefield, gives the violent man a reason to return from the edge and call himself human again. In superhero mythology, this figure is often mistaken for stability. She waits near the hangar, the laboratory, the cockpit, the military base, the cosmic throne. She stands close to impossible power and is asked to remain emotionally coherent while men around her turn ambition, fear, duty, and ego into public catastrophe. Carol Ferris and Betty Ross begin inside that charged territory. They are not weak figures. They are not ornamental presences. Yet their earliest symbolic function is shaped by proximity. Carol exists near Hal Jordan's reckless ascent into cosmic will, near the masculine fantasy of flight without consequence, near the cold machinery of test pilots, corporations, and interstellar authority. Betty exists near Bruce Banner and Thunderbolt Ross, between scientific rupture and military obsession, between the wounded man who cannot contain himself and the father who tries to turn containment into domination. In both worlds, feminine presence is first positioned as emotional gravity. It holds the arena together. It gives the unstable man a human reflection. It creates the illusion that power can be endured if someone nearby still remembers tenderness, loyalty, or restraint. But this arrangement contains a hidden violence. To stand near mythic masculinity for too long is to become part of its pressure system. The blast does not need to strike directly. The radiation spreads through intimacy, duty, desire, and expectation. Eventually, the emotional anchor absorbs the storm. That is where Star Sapphire and Red She-Hulk become more than transformed identities. They become consequences. Carol Ferris is not simply given power through love. Betty Ross is not simply altered by rage. Both are rewritten by emotional forces that were already circulating around them, forces that the narrative had once assigned to others. Love, when amplified beyond human proportion, stops being consolation and becomes invasion. Rage, when given a body strong enough to survive it, stops being reaction and becomes ideology. The woman who was once asked to stabilize the myth becomes the evidence that the myth was never stable. Their transformations expose a disturbing pattern inside superhero fiction. The men are allowed to collapse spectacularly, then return as central figures of tragedy, heroism, or control. The women are expected to remain legible through the fallout. They must be loyal without disappearing, strong without threatening the structure, wounded without becoming dangerous. Carol and Betty break that arrangement because their power does not arrive as clean empowerment. It arrives contaminated. It carries resentment, longing, attachment, betrayal, and the memory of having lived too close to men whose lives were organized around impossible power. The color of their transformations matters because it turns emotion into visible territory. Violet and red are not neutral forces. They do not behave like tools. They flood the body and announce what polite narrative structures tried to hide. Star Sapphire makes love imperial, possessive, and radiant. Red She-Hulk makes anger mobile, muscular, and undeniable. Each transformation is a crown and a wound at the same time. Each places the woman under the spotlight, but the light does not purify her. It reveals the cost of having been treated as emotional infrastructure. Carol Ferris becomes frightening because love, in her orbit, is no longer gentle enough to serve the hero's growth. It becomes a force with its own demand. It selects, consumes, magnifies, and distorts. Betty Ross becomes frightening because rage, in her body, no longer belongs only to Bruce Banner or Thunderbolt Ross. It escapes the masculine line of inheritance and returns as a rival claim. The old system cannot easily contain either figure, because both carry the emotional debt of the worlds that produced them. In this sense, Star Sapphire and Red She-Hulk stand at the border between support and revolt. They are not simply opposites. They are adjacent eruptions. One emerges from love made cosmic, the other from rage made flesh. Both reveal that emotion, when denied structural power, does not disappear. It waits. It condenses. It gathers pressure beneath the floor of the story until the foundation cracks. Their shared significance begins before the costume, before the transformation, before the public spectacle of power. It begins in the quiet assumption that some people exist near the center of myth without being consumed by it. Carol and Betty prove that this assumption was always false. No one lives forever beside gods, monsters, soldiers, and cosmic engines without being altered. Proximity becomes contagion. Devotion becomes exposure. Love and rage become the language through which the body finally speaks. The tragedy is not that they become powerful. The tragedy is that power arrives in the shape of everything they were forced to absorb. Their bodies become archives of unstable men, broken systems, and emotional labor converted into force. The mythology does not grant them escape. It grants them amplification. And once amplification begins, neither love nor rage can return to its earlier role as background emotion. That is why their overlap is so precise. Star Sapphire and Red She-Hulk are figures of weaponized femininity, but not in the shallow sense of women becoming dangerous. They are dangerous because they reveal what the narrative wanted femininity to contain. They expose the hidden violence of being made responsible for another person's instability. They show what happens when the emotional perimeter of the male hero collapses inward and gives the woman, at its edge, a body strong enough to answer back. The world before their crisis is therefore already compromised. It is a world that believes men may become weapons while women remain meanings. Carol Ferris and Betty Ross disturb that order by becoming both. They are meaning turned volatile. They are memory with impact. They are the moment when the emotional witness steps into the arena, and the arena realizes she has been carrying its entire weight. Long before Carol Ferris became associated with violet light, her narrative function was already tied to containment. She belonged to a world built around velocity, masculine competition, and technological transcendence, a world where men measured identity through altitude, danger, and performance. Ferris Aircraft was not merely a corporate setting, it was an ideological environment. The runway itself operated like symbolic territory, a place where masculinity proved its legitimacy through proximity to death and control over machines capable of escaping gravity. Hal Jordan fit naturally into that landscape because his psychology depended on movement. He needed acceleration, risk, and constant forward projection in order to avoid stillness. Carol, however, represented something more structurally complex inside that system. She was simultaneously authority and emotional witness. She occupied executive power while still being framed through relational proximity to Hal's recklessness. That contradiction shaped the instability beneath her character from the beginning. She could command corporations, supervise pilots, and operate within male institutional space, yet the narrative repeatedly repositioned her as emotional counterweight to Hal Jordan's refusal to mature fully. Her competence became background architecture for the spectacle of masculine freedom. The story needed her stability in order to romanticize his instability. This arrangement created a subtle asymmetry. Hal's flaws generated adventure. Carol's emotional reactions generated friction. He was allowed movement. She was required to endure movement. The deeper symbolic tension of their relationship emerged from that imbalance. Hal Jordan moved through the universe as someone psychologically rewarded for detachment. Carol Ferris remained rooted in responsibility, memory, and consequence. Even before cosmic forces entered the story, the emotional geometry was already uneven. He escaped gravity. She absorbed impact. The star sapphire mythology eventually transformed this imbalance into visible narrative structure. Love ceased functioning as supportive atmosphere and became territorial force. Violet energy did not merely intensify affection. It magnified attachment until attachment became domination, obsession, and existential demand. The transformation therefore carried profound symbolic logic. Carol did not become a random supervillain or alternate identity. She became the emotional consequence of existing too long within a system that treated her devotion as permanent infrastructure. The woman asked to remain emotionally available eventually became consumed by emotional excess itself. What makes Star Sapphire psychologically unsettling is that the transformation preserves recognizable emotional truths while amplifying them beyond social acceptability. Carol's longing, frustration, desire for reciprocity, and accumulated resentment do not disappear beneath the cosmic imagery. They expand outward until they reorganize perception itself. Love becomes gravitational. It occupies space aggressively. It demands surrender rather than mutuality. The narrative stops presenting feminine emotional labor as invisible maintenance and turns it into overwhelming presence. This shift mirrored broader cultural anxieties surrounding female power during the eras in which these stories evolved. Superhero fiction often struggled to imagine women possessing emotional intensity without framing that intensity as dangerous excess. Male obsession frequently appeared heroic, tragic, or noble. Female obsession appeared destabilizing. Carol Ferris therefore became trapped between two incompatible symbolic expectations. She was expected to remain emotionally central while never allowing her emotionality to dominate narrative space. Star Sapphire shattered that compromise. The emotional center refused invisibility and became impossible to ignore. Betty Ross emerged from a different symbolic terrain, though the underlying structure was strangely similar. Her world was not organized around flight and cosmic exploration, but around containment, military paranoia, and catastrophic rupture. If Carol Ferris lived beside masculine transcendence, Betty Ross lived beside masculine failure. Bruce Banner represented intellect unable to survive its own pressure. Thunderbolt Ross represented institutional authority unable to tolerate vulnerability or unpredictability. Betty existed between these two collapsing masculine models, absorbing emotional fallout from both. The Hulk mythology has always revolved around instability hidden beneath structure. Laboratories explode. Bodies betray themselves. Governments militarize fear. Identity fractures under pressure until emotional suppression transforms into visible destruction. Betty Ross initially functioned as the only emotionally coherent figure within that atmosphere. She humanized Banner, softened Ross, and offered continuity between incompatible worlds. Once again, the woman occupied the role of emotional architecture inside a masculine catastrophe machine. But the emotional burden placed upon Betty was immense. Bruce Banner's entire existence revolved around terror of his own interiority. Thunderbolt Ross organized his identity around domination and control. Betty became mediator between repression and explosion, between fear and aggression, between the wounded scientist and the authoritarian soldier. Like Carol Ferris, she was expected to metabolize instability without becoming unstable herself. The narrative treated this expectation as natural for decades. That expectation eventually became impossible to sustain. Red She-Hulk emerged not simply as transformation, but as structural inevitability. Rage had circulated through Betty's environment for too long. Gamma mythology already functioned like emotional contamination disguised as science fiction. Exposure altered everyone eventually. Bruce Banner's trauma infected entire ecosystems. Thunderbolt Ross converted military obsession into personal crusade. Betty Ross carried the emotional residue of both men, and once her body became capable of expressing accumulated pressure physically, the mythology changed permanently. Red She-Hulk differs from earlier Gamma transformations because her rage possesses clarity. Bruce Banner's Hulk often represents fragmentation, childhood terror, and uncontrolled psychic eruption. Thunderbolt Ross transforms rage into militarized authoritarian will. Betty's transformation exists between those poles. Her anger is not blind. It is sedimented. Years of emotional endurance harden into sharpened force. Red She-Hulk therefore feels less like spontaneous mutation and more like emotional debt finally gaining musculature. The visual symbolism reinforces this distinction. Red Gamma forms in Marvel mythology often carry associations with heat, aggression, and sustained hostility, rather than raw instinctive explosion. Betty's transformation weaponizes emotional memory itself. She is not simply strong. She remembers. The body becomes archive and retaliation simultaneously. Every humiliation, betrayal, and abandonment remains active inside the transformation. Rage stops functioning as temporary reaction and becomes organized structure. This is what links Betty Ross so powerfully to Carol Ferris despite their radically different fictional universes. Both women inherit emotional ecosystems built by unstable men. Both spend years performing coherence within worlds defined by masculine excess. Both are eventually transformed by the emotional energies they were expected to regulate quietly. And both transformations disturb the surrounding mythology because they redirect emotional centrality away from the male protagonist. Once this shift occurs, the narrative no longer treats emotion as supportive background element. Emotion becomes battlefield territory. Star Sapphire and Red She-Hulk occupy symbolic space differently from many traditional heroines because their powers emerge directly from accumulated emotional exposure. Their identities are rewritten through prolonged contact with masculine systems, incapable of metabolizing their own instability responsibly. The men around them matter profoundly because each represents a distinct mythology of masculine power. Hal Jordan embodies confidence detached from consequence. Bruce Banner embodies terror of internal collapse. Thunderbolt Ross embodies domination justified through fear. These men shape entire narrative environments around themselves. They create pressure fields. Carol and Betty are forced to live inside those fields long before they gain powers of their own. This dynamic reveals something essential about superhero fiction as cultural mythology. Power rarely affects only the central figure. Entire emotional ecosystems form around extraordinary individuals. Lovers, families, institutions, and surrounding communities become secondary containment structures for unstable heroic identities. The genre often ignores the psychological violence this arrangement produces because the hero's journey dominates narrative attention. But characters like Carol Ferris and Betty Ross expose the hidden casualties of proximity. Their transformations also destabilize traditional heroic gender arrangements. Male heroes often externalize conflict through action, while female characters absorb conflict relationally. Star Sapphire and Red She-Hulk collapse that separation. Internal emotional accumulation becomes external force. Relational suffering becomes physical capability. The woman once framed as emotional support now enters the same symbolic arena as the hero, but carrying a radically different psychological relationship to power. Neither Carol nor Betty experiences transformation as liberation in any simplistic sense. Their new forms intensify contradiction rather than resolving it. Star Sapphire amplifies love until it becomes coercive. Red She-Hulk amplifies rage until intimacy itself feels dangerous. Both characters therefore embody emotional states that patriarchal heroic systems prefer to keep invisible or morally simplified. They expose the cost of emotional endurance under mythic masculine pressure. Their narratives also reveal how superhero universes metabolize feminine anger differently from masculine anger. Male rage often becomes spectacle, redemption arc, or tragic burden. Female rage frequently appears uncanny because it disrupts the emotional labor systems sustaining heroic mythology. Betty Ross becoming Red She-Hulk threatens narrative equilibrium precisely because she stops processing masculine instability privately. The instability returns outward with equal force. Carol Ferris presents a parallel threat. Once love becomes expansive enough to rival masculine willpower itself, the emotional structure underpinning Hal Jordan's mythology destabilizes. The fearless male explorer suddenly confronts emotional gravity he cannot easily outrun. Star Sapphire therefore functions as symbolic reversal. The woman who once waited near the runway becomes the cosmic force capable of pulling the pilot back down. What emerges from both narratives is not simply commentary on gender, but on contamination through emotional proximity. Superhero worlds repeatedly position women near impossible masculine archetypes and assume psychic immunity as part of their role. Carol and Betty reject that assumption through transformation. They become evidence that no emotional system absorbs infinite pressure without structural mutation. Their bodies ultimately express truths the surrounding narratives attempted to suppress. Love accumulates resentment when reciprocity disappears. Rage accumulates clarity when suppression becomes permanent. Emotional labor accumulates force when treated as inexhaustible. Star Sapphire and Red She-Hulk transform these hidden accumulations into visible mythology. The result is unsettling because the audience recognizes the emotional logic immediately, even beneath cosmic rings and gamma radiation. By the time both women fully emerge in transformed form, the original emotional architecture of their stories has already collapsed. The support figure has entered the arena. The witness has become participant. The emotional center of gravity has shifted permanently. Star Sapphire and Red She-Hulk occupy a peculiar position within superhero culture because neither character fits comfortably into the traditional symbolic categories through which comic mythology organizes women. They are not clean heroic ideals. They are not simple femme fatale. They are not tragic casualties in the conventional sense either. Their cultural resonance comes from occupying unstable symbolic territory where emotional accumulation becomes physically visible and morally difficult to simplify. This matters because superhero fiction has always depended upon emotional asymmetry as hidden infrastructure. Male heroes are often permitted volatility because volatility drives spectacle. They can become obsessed, reckless, detached, violent, or emotionally fragmented, while still remaining narratively central. Their instability generates movement. Entire universes reorganize around their crises. But the emotional systems surrounding them frequently rely upon secondary figures absorbing psychic fallout quietly enough to preserve heroic coherence. Carol Ferris and Betty Ross expose this arrangement with unusual clarity because their transformations emerge directly from prolonged emotional exposure to unstable masculine worlds. They are not random empowered women inserted into existing mythology. They are emotional byproducts of heroic systems functioning exactly as designed. That distinction gives both characters symbolic force extending far beyond their individual comic arcs. Star Sapphire reveals the hidden violence beneath idealized romantic mythology in superhero culture. For decades, comic narratives repeatedly framed emotional devotion from women as stabilizing force for male heroes. The woman waits, forgives, understands, supports, and emotionally maintains continuity, while the male protagonist pursues transcendence through danger, war, or self-actualization. This structure appears romantic on the surface because the emotional labor sustaining it remains invisible. Carol Ferris breaks that invisibility. Once love acquires cosmic scale through Star Sapphire, emotional devotion stops appearing gentle or morally neutral. It becomes territorial, possessive, and structurally consuming. The audience is suddenly forced to confront how superhero romance often depends upon women accepting asymmetrical emotional arrangements indefinitely. Hal Jordan's mobility and emotional inconsistency no longer appear harmless once Carol's transformation reframes them through accumulated emotional consequence. The discomfort surrounding Star Sapphire culturally emerges from this reframing. She transforms love from supportive atmosphere into occupying force. That shift destabilizes traditional romantic fantasy because it exposes attachment itself as struggle for narrative centrality. Carol no longer exists merely to emotionally support Hal's journey. Her emotional reality demands equal symbolic weight. The mythology becomes tense because it was never designed to distribute emotional gravity equally. This tension mirrors broader cultural anxieties surrounding femininity and emotional intensity across modern media landscapes. Women are frequently encouraged to remain emotionally available while simultaneously avoiding emotional excess. Emotional labor is expected. Emotional demand becomes threatening. Carol's transformation into Star Sapphire collapses this contradiction violently. She embodies emotional insistence on a scale the surrounding heroic system cannot comfortably absorb. Importantly, the cultural reaction to Star Sapphire often oscillates between fascination and rejection because audiences themselves remain divided over feminine emotional power. Some perceive her as liberated emotional force refusing marginalization. Others perceive her as emotionally invasive and unstable. But both responses reveal the same underlying cultural discomfort. Once feminine attachment stops functioning quietly in the background, it becomes difficult for existing heroic structures to classify safely. Red She-Hulk produces a parallel disruption through rage rather than love. Betty Ross exposes another foundational asymmetry within superhero culture: the normalization of masculine anger as spectacle, while feminine anger remains culturally unsettling once detached from moral purity or victimhood. Hulk mythology already revolves around rage as transformative force, but Bruce Banner's anger is consistently framed through tragedy, fragmentation, and loss of control. His violence becomes existential suffering. Betty changes the emotional equation because her rage possesses memory. Red She-Hulk introduces a form of feminine anger shaped by accumulation rather than eruption. The emotional history surrounding her transformation remains legible continuously. Readers understand where the anger came from. Years of suppression, manipulation, fear, and emotional exhaustion remain active within the character's presence. Her rage therefore feels socially recognizable in ways superhero violence often avoids. This recognition creates symbolic friction. Betty's anger cannot easily be romanticized as tragic masculine burden because it emerges from relational endurance rather than isolated personal torment. She carries the emotional residue of systems organized around male instability and institutional domination. Red She-Hulk becomes frightening not simply because she is powerful, but because her power carries historical accusation. That accusation destabilizes audience comfort surrounding Hulk mythology itself. Bruce Banner's suffering no longer appears isolated once Betty's transformation reveals the emotional contamination spreading outward from his existence. Thunderbolt Ross's militarized worldview no longer appears merely authoritarian once its psychological consequences emerge physically inside his daughter. Red She-Hulk transforms Gamma mythology from individual tragedy into environmental condition. Culturally, this shift resonates because modern audiences increasingly interpret emotional systems relationally rather than individually. Earlier superhero narratives often centered singular exceptional men, while treating surrounding emotional damage as narrative background noise. Contemporary audiences are more likely to notice systemic emotional fallout, the collateral transformations occurring around charismatic or destructive male figures. Carol and Betty therefore feel increasingly modern despite originating from older comic traditions because their narratives expose emotional ecosystems rather than isolated heroic journeys. Their symbolic significance also intersects with broader media shifts concerning visibility and amplification. In earlier eras of superhero storytelling, emotional contradictions could remain compartmentalized more easily because distribution systems limited interpretive fragmentation. Characters existed within relatively stable narrative authority structures. Modern fandom culture operates differently. Every emotional contradiction becomes amplified through discussion, reinterpretation, and symbolic projection across digital space. Star Sapphire and Red She-Hulk thrive within this environment because both characters embody emotional excess already linked to amplification structurally. Violet Light expands emotional occupation. Gamma Rage expands emotional pressure physically. Their mythologies therefore mirror contemporary cultural conditions where unresolved emotional systems become hypervisible rapidly through media circulation and collective projection. This visibility changes how audiences interact with feminine emotional power. Carol Ferris and Betty Ross no longer function solely as comic characters. They become symbolic sites onto which readers project broader anxieties concerning gender, emotional labor, power imbalance, and relational exhaustion. Different audiences interpret them differently because both figures exist at unstable intersections between empowerment and contamination. That instability is precisely what gives them cultural longevity. Neither woman represents ideal resolution. Superhero culture often struggles with female characters who cannot be reduced into clear moral or symbolic categories. Characters framed entirely as virtuous become flattened quickly. Characters framed entirely as monstrous lose emotional resonance. Star Sapphire and Red She-Hulk persist because they remain emotionally contradictory. Their transformations contain recognizable truths alongside destabilizing excess. The symbolic fields surrounding them extend beyond gender alone into questions of emotional infrastructure within mythic systems generally. Both characters reveal that heroic worlds are sustained through invisible emotional labor operating beneath spectacle. Someone absorbs fear privately. Someone maintains continuity. Someone stabilizes the emotional atmosphere surrounding unstable centers of power. Carol and Betty expose what happens when those stabilizing figures stop functioning invisibly. Their narratives therefore resonate strongly within contemporary conversations surrounding burnout, emotional exhaustion, and relational asymmetry. Audiences increasingly recognize the psychic toll created by constantly managing another person's instability while suppressing one's own emotional reality. Star Sapphire and Red She-Hulk externalize this phenomenon mythologically. Emotional accumulation becomes visible force because ordinary language no longer contains the pressure effectively. There is also something culturally revealing about the fact that both transformations require the body itself to change. Emotional strain alone is insufficient within superhero mythology. The body must display consequence visibly before the narrative fully acknowledges the magnitude of accumulated pressure. Carol's body becomes radiant emotional occupation. Betty's body becomes hardened retaliatory force. Internal emotional reality acquires undeniable external form. This reflects broader cultural patterns concerning visibility and legitimacy. Emotional suffering often remains socially minimized until it becomes physically undeniable. Superhero fiction exaggerates this dynamic through transformation narratives, but the symbolic structure remains recognizable. The invisible becomes visible only through rupture. Another important dimension of their cultural significance lies in how they challenge the fantasy of emotional immunity surrounding masculine exceptionalism. Hal Jordan, Bruce Banner, and Thunderbolt Ross each represent different versions of masculine mythic identity, sustained through emotional displacement. The fearless explorer, the tragic unstable genius, the authoritarian protector. Carol and Betty expose the emotional debris produced by these archetypes over time. Once exposed, the mythology cannot entirely restore innocence. This is why Star Sapphire and Red She-Hulk continue generating fascination despite inconsistent writing across decades of comics. Their symbolic core remains powerful even when specific storylines falter because the underlying emotional truths continue resonating culturally. People recognize the psychological logic beneath the cosmic spectacle. Emotional systems do transform those forced to live inside them too long. Love does become distorted under asymmetrical conditions. Rage does become structural when suppression turns permanent. And perhaps most importantly, both characters reveal that emotional support itself contains latent power. The person asked to absorb pressure quietly is already participating in the system's violence structurally. Carol and Betty merely make this participation visible. Once visibility occurs, the surrounding heroic order begins trembling under the weight of everything it expected others to carry silently. That trembling becomes part of their mythic permanence. They are no longer simply women orbiting powerful men. They are reminders that emotional gravity eventually alters every body trapped inside its field. The lasting power of Star Sapphire and Red She-Hulk does not come from victory, redemption, or narrative resolution. It comes from sedimentation. Their stories settle into superhero mythology like emotional residue that cannot be fully cleaned away afterward. Even when comics attempt to restore equilibrium, simplify motivations, or return characters to recognizable roles, something fundamental remains altered. The audience has already seen the emotional infrastructure beneath the heroic surface. The mythology cannot completely hide it again. Carol Ferris can never fully return to being merely the woman waiting near the runway. Betty Ross can never fully return to being merely the emotional center holding damaged men together quietly. Their transformations permanently fracture the illusion that proximity to unstable power leaves surrounding people psychologically intact. Once the emotional witness becomes emotionally transformed, the heroic ecosystem reveals itself as contagious rather than isolated. This is the core of their symbolic permanence. Superhero mythology often survives through repetition. Characters die and return. Cities collapse and rebuild. Relationships fracture and reset. Yet certain transformations resist full reversal because they expose structural truths larger than the plot itself. Star Sapphire and Red She-Hulk belong to this category. They force recognition that emotional labor inside heroic worlds has always carried hidden violence beneath its romantic framing. Carol Ferris remains symbolically significant because Star Sapphire permanently changes the emotional meaning of love inside Green Lantern mythology. Love no longer appears exclusively as stabilizing force. It becomes gravitational pressure capable of occupation, expansion, and emotional domination. The mythology cannot fully retreat from this realization afterward. Every interaction between Hal Jordan and Carol carries residual awareness of emotional asymmetry, now made visible. Hal's movement through the universe therefore acquires different symbolic weight after Star Sapphire fully enters the mythology. His freedom no longer appears emotionally neutral. The audience understands its relational cost more clearly. Every departure leaves emotional consequence accumulating somewhere beyond his immediate perception. Carol's transformation turns absence itself into active narrative force. That shift permanently complicates Green Lantern's heroic fantasy. The fearless cosmic explorer can still function as aspirational figure, but the mythology now carries emotional fracture lines beneath the aspiration. Movement begins resembling avoidance as often as transcendence. Heroism begins resembling emotional displacement as often as courage. Star Sapphire does not destroy Hal Jordan's mythology. She destabilizes its emotional innocence. This destabilization becomes increasingly important culturally as audiences grow more sensitive to relational imbalance within traditional heroic narratives. Earlier eras of superhero fiction often romanticized emotionally unavailable men as symbols of freedom, charisma, or existential depth. Contemporary audiences are more likely to interrogate the emotional systems enabling those archetypes. Carol Ferris therefore grows more symbolically relevant over time because her transformation articulates the emotional consequences hidden beneath masculine romantic mythology. The same pattern unfolds around Betty Ross within Hulk mythology. Red She-Hulk permanently alters the emotional meaning of gamma transformation because she reframes rage through endurance rather than eruption alone. Bruce Banner's suffering no longer dominates the emotional landscape uncontested. Betty introduces another truth into the mythology. Prolonged exposure to instability transforms everyone nearby eventually. This changes the symbolic center of Hulk narratives fundamentally. Rage stops appearing solely as isolated male tragedy and begins appearing as environmental conditions spreading through relationships, institutions, and emotional systems. Betty's transformation makes visible the hidden collateral damage surrounding Bruce Banner and Thunderbolt Ross. Once visible, that damage cannot be fully relegated back into narrative background. Red She-Hulk therefore leaves behind a different emotional interpretation of power itself. Masculine gamma mythology traditionally frames strength through catastrophic release. Betty reframes strength through accumulated survival. Her rage hardens rather than fragments. The emotional logic shifts from explosion toward compression. This creates a more socially recognizable form of anger for many readers, because it mirrors lived emotional endurance rather than purely mythic catastrophe. Her symbolic permanence emerges from that recognition. Audiences understand emotionally what Red She-Hulk represents, even when individual storylines become inconsistent. They recognize the psychological structure beneath the transformation. Years spent absorbing instability, manipulation, and emotional pressure eventually produce adaptation. The body changes because the emotional environment demanded transformation for survival. Betty becomes living evidence that containment itself can mutate into aggression when pushed beyond sustainable limits. This gives both Carol and Betty unusual mythic durability compared to many secondary comic characters. They endure because they embody unresolved contradictions inside modern emotional life. They expose the hidden instability inside systems that demand infinite emotional regulation from certain people while rewarding volatility in others. Their transformations remain culturally legible because those systems continue existing outside fiction as well. Importantly, neither character ultimately offers emotional catharsis. Superhero stories frequently attempt reconciliation arcs, temporary healing, or restored romantic equilibrium, but the symbolic tension never fully disappears. Carol cannot entirely stop representing emotional gravity, overwhelming masculine mobility. Betty cannot entirely stop representing accumulated rage breaking through containment structures. Their mythologies resist emotional closure because the underlying social tensions remain unresolved. This is why both figures continue returning cyclically across comic eras. The emotional questions they embody never fully disappear from the culture producing these stories. What happens to the people asked to emotionally stabilize unstable systems indefinitely? What happens when emotional support becomes unsustainable? What happens when proximity to extraordinary masculine power ceases being romantic and starts becoming psychologically corrosive? Star Sapphire and Red She-Hulk answer these questions through transformation rather than dialogue. Their bodies become mythological responses. Emotional accumulation acquires visible force because the surrounding systems failed to acknowledge it earlier in subtler forms. By the time transformation occurs, the emotional damage has already sedimented too deeply for ordinary reconciliation. Their enduring symbolic function therefore resembles warning as much as empowerment. Not warning against feminine power itself, but warning about emotional systems organized through asymmetrical burden. Carol and Betty reveal that emotional labor treated as infinite resource eventually mutates into destabilizing force. Love becomes occupation when reciprocity collapses. Rage becomes structure when suppression turns permanent. This gives both characters tragic dimension without reducing them to tragedy entirely. They are not merely victims of masculine instability. They become adaptive forms shaped by prolonged exposure to unstable emotional climates. That distinction matters because it prevents the mythology from fully sentimentalizing them. Their transformations contain agency, retaliation, and psychological evolution alongside pain. The worlds surrounding them are permanently altered as well. Green Lantern mythology can never fully return to presenting emotional discipline as uncomplicated heroic virtue after Star Sapphire exposes the emotional costs displaced outside that structure. Hulk mythology can never fully isolate gamma catastrophe inside Bruce Banner alone after Red She-Hulk reveals the relational spread of instability. Both women widen the emotional field of their universes irreversibly, and this widening changes audience memory. People may forget specific crossover events, alternate timelines, or continuity details, but the emotional image remains. Carol Ferris, glowing with overwhelming violet force, no longer willing to remain emotionally secondary inside a universe organized around masculine willpower. Betty Ross hardened into red gamma aggression, carrying years of invisible emotional burden outward into physical confrontation. These images persist because they condense larger emotional truths into mythic form. Their legacy therefore extends beyond comics into broader symbolic language surrounding gender, emotional labor, and power. They function as contemporary mythological figures expressing anxieties modern culture still struggles to articulate cleanly. The fear that love may become consuming under unequal conditions. The fear that suppressed anger may eventually reorganize identity completely. The fear that emotional proximity to unstable systems changes people slowly until transformation becomes irreversible. Neither character resolves these fears. They embody them. And perhaps that is why they remain compelling long after individual storylines fade from memory. Superhero mythology often survives through fantasies of restoration, the city rebuilt, the hero redeemed, the balance restored before the next crisis begins. Star Sapphire and Red She-Hulk resist that cyclical innocence. They carry emotional memory too visibly. They remind the audience that systems leave marks on the people asked to survive inside them. In the end, their mythic permanence comes from a simple and deeply uncomfortable realization. No one stands beside gods, monsters, soldiers, or cosmic engines forever without eventually becoming altered by the pressure radiating from them. Carol Ferris and Betty Ross merely become honest enough for the mythology to show the transformation openly. Before fear becomes a weapon, it usually begins as a diagnosis. It appears first as a private conclusion about the weakness of others, then hardens into a public philosophy of control. Sinestro and Maestro stand at the far end of that transformation. They are not born as monsters outside the heroic world. They emerge from inside it, from its command centers, its battlefields, its promises of protection and order. Both begin near the symbolic heart of heroism. One comes from a core built around will discipline, cosmic law, and the belief that courage can hold the universe together. The other comes from the long shadow of the strongest body in the world, a figure shaped by catastrophe, survival, rage, and the impossible burden of being both savior and disaster. Their worlds teach them that power exists to defend life. Time teaches them something colder. Sinestro looks at civilization and sees instability disguised as freedom. Maestro looks at history and sees survival disguised as morality. Neither believes he has fallen. That is what makes them so dangerous. The tyrant who knows he is a tyrant can still recognize the border he crossed. Sinestro and Maestro no longer see a border. They see a cure. Their fear is not panic. It is architecture. It builds towers, empires, prisons, doctrines, and thrones. It turns protection into occupation. It turns intelligence into domination. It turns disappointment into law. In both figures, the heroic guardian survives, but only as a fossil inside the ruler who replaces him. The protector remains visible, yet distorted, like a statue recovered from a ruined city and placed at the center of a new regime. What connects them is not merely authoritarian power. It is the belief that hope belongs to the inexperienced. Hope becomes, in their eyes, a luxury of people who have not seen enough. Compassion becomes softness. Freedom becomes negligence. Trust becomes childishness. They look at the same fragile world other heroes try to save, but they no longer see innocence worth preserving. They see a population that must be managed before it destroys itself. Sinestro transforms will into command. Maestro transforms survival into entitlement. Both become kings of aftermath, figures who stand after the collapse of faith and mistake endurance for wisdom. Their authority comes from having witnessed too much and concluded too absolutely. They are not chaotic conquerors. They are disappointed idealists who have turned disappointment into a throne. That is the psychological horror beneath their grandeur. They do not reject heroism because they hate order. They reject it because they believe heroism failed to become severe enough. In their minds, mercy waited too long, democracy hesitated too often, and moral restraint allowed weakness to multiply. The old heroic code becomes, to them, a cracked foundation. So they build over it. Their worlds become territories under pressure. Oa, Corrigar, Earth, the wasteland of Maestro's rule. Each space becomes an arena where protection and possession blur. A city saved too many times can begin to resemble a city occupied. A people defended too completely can begin to resemble a people owned. Sinestro and Maestro embody that final contraction, the moment when the guardian stops standing at the gate and decides the gate belongs to him. This is why their stories remain so unsettling. They are not warnings about power alone. They are warnings about clarity without humility. They show what happens when intelligence survives compassion, when discipline outlives trust, when strength continues after love has been exhausted. They are the final evolutionary forms of heroes who kept the mission and removed the uncertainty that once made the mission human. In them, fear does not appear as weakness. It appears as vision. It claims to see farther than hope, deeper than kindness, more honestly than faith in ordinary people. And once fear convinces itself that it alone can see clearly, it no longer needs to persuade. It only needs to rule. Sinestro was never constructed as an outsider to order. He was born from its center. Everything about his original symbolic function depended on precision, hierarchy, and the belief that civilization survives through disciplined force. Even before fear became his language, control already shaped his identity. The Green Lantern Corps represented a cosmic architecture where chaos was held back by structure, where willpower acted like a gravitational force stabilizing entire worlds before collapse could spread across the universe. Sinestro did not merely participate in that system. He embodied it with frightening efficiency. Corrigar reflected the contradiction already growing inside him long before rebellion became visible. It was a world made peaceful through intimidation, stable through surveillance, obedient through pressure. To outsiders, the planet looked calm. To Sinestro, that calm justified everything. The absence of disorder became proof of moral correctness. Freedom stopped mattering because instability mattered more. That psychological mutation began there, not later. The future tyrant was already visible in the protector, who concluded that fear worked faster than trust. The tragedy is that his logic never appears irrational inside the structure of his experiences. The universe surrounding the core constantly validates severity. Entire civilizations disappear because hesitation arrived 1 second too late. Cosmic threats emerge without warning. Worlds collapse under corruption, greed, and violence. Sinestro internalizes all of it. Over time, he begins interpreting uncertainty itself as the true enemy. Moral flexibility becomes weakness. Debate becomes delay. Compassion becomes operational inefficiency. This is why his eventual separation from the Green Lantern Corps feels less like betrayal and more like ideological acceleration. The Corps still believes willpower should coexist with restraint. Sinestro reaches the conclusion that restraint contaminates effectiveness. The institution wants guardians. Sinestro wants architects. The institution believes civilization deserves protection. Sinestro begins believing civilization deserves management. That distinction changes everything. Maestro emerges from a different environment, but arrives at a remarkably similar destination. Bruce Banner already exists as a divided structure long before Maestro appears. Unlike Sinestro, whose transformation begins through excessive certainty, Banner's psychology begins through fracture. The Hulk mythos revolves around containment, pressure, and catastrophic release. Rage exists not as momentary emotion, but as accumulated force buried beneath intelligence. The body becomes a battlefield where restraint constantly risks collapse. What makes Maestro horrifying is not simply that Hulk survives into old age. It is that survival itself mutates into philosophy. In the ruined future where Maestro reigns, apocalypse has already happened. Nuclear devastation, endless conflict, and societal collapse remove the moral environment that once regulated heroism. Strength no longer functions as service. Strength becomes territory. Whoever survives long enough gains the authority to define reality itself. Maestro does not become monstrous through loss of intelligence. He becomes monstrous because intelligence fuses completely with survival instinct. Banner's original division disappears. The scientist and the destroyer stop competing with each other. They consolidate. Maestro is terrifying because he is psychologically unified. Rage no longer interrupts thought. Thought weaponizes rage with total coherence. That synthesis creates a ruler who no longer experiences moral contradiction. Maestro governs through inevitability. The wasteland around him reinforces his worldview every day. Civilization failed. Heroes failed. Systems failed. Ideals failed. Only power remains standing. His throne is built not merely on domination, but on retrospective justification. The dead world becomes evidence supporting his conclusions. Every ruin validates his contempt for weakness. Both characters therefore emerge from heroic systems collapsing under their own internal tensions. Sinestro loses faith in moral freedom. Maestro loses faith in moral civilization. One concludes people require fear to remain orderly. The other concludes people inevitably destroy themselves unless ruled by superior force. Their transformations differ aesthetically, but psychologically they move through identical terrain. Neither abandons responsibility. That is essential. Villains who reject responsibility often appear chaotic or impulsive. Sinestro and Maestro become more responsible than ever, at least in their own perception. They assume total burden, total oversight, total control. They stop trusting collective morality and begin replacing it with singular authority. The self becomes empire. This is where their symbolic relationship with heroism becomes deeply uncomfortable. Traditional villains usually oppose heroic values from the outside. Sinestro and Maestro corrupt heroism from within. They weaponize its own logic against itself. Protection becomes occupation. Leadership becomes entitlement. Sacrifice becomes superiority. They continue speaking the language of salvation long after salvation has transformed into domination. The visual architecture surrounding both characters reinforces this evolution constantly. Sinestro's environments become increasingly ceremonial and imperial. Towers, ranks, symbols, formations, ordered structures radiating outward from centralized authority. Fear is aestheticized into political geometry. Maestro's world moves in the opposite visual direction. Decay, wasteland, fragmented cities, broken monuments, irradiated ruins. Yet both landscapes communicate the same underlying truth. The world has become territory under permanent pressure. That pressure reshapes identity itself. Heroes around Sinestro and Maestro still operate through uncertainty. They doubt themselves. They negotiate ethical contradictions. They hesitate. Sinestro and Maestro no longer hesitate. That absence of hesitation becomes their greatest source of symbolic power. In fictional universes built around moral conflict, certainty itself begins to resemble divinity. This is why other characters often orbit them with fascination as much as fear. Sinestro possesses terrifying clarity. Maestro possesses terrifying inevitability. They project the psychological seduction of absolute answers. Their confidence creates gravitational pull. Even their enemies occasionally recognize fragments of truth inside their conclusions. The audience does too. That is where the real discomfort begins, because both characters expose a latent fantasy hidden inside many heroic systems. The fantasy that everything would function properly if the right person simply took complete control. Democratic uncertainty frustrates people. Moral ambiguity exhausts people. Freedom creates instability. Sinestro and Maestro embody the temptation to escape all of that through concentrated authority. They become mirrors reflecting authoritarian desire back toward the audience. The worlds surrounding them intensify this temptation. Superhero universes are constantly threatened by apocalypse. Entire planets hang in the balance every week. Catastrophic violence repeats endlessly. Under those conditions, authoritarian logic begins appearing practical. Sinestro understands this instinctively. Maestro lives inside its final consequence. They emerge from fictional ecosystems where fear always finds evidence supporting itself. Yet what ultimately separates them from genuine heroism is not power. It is their relationship with human limitation. Heroes protect flawed societies because they still believe imperfection deserves dignity. Sinestro and Maestro stop believing that. They begin seeing limitation itself as justification for domination. Ordinary people become problems to regulate rather than lives to defend. That psychological shift transforms the meaning of strength entirely. Originally, strength existed as responsibility toward vulnerability. Under Sinestro and Maestro, strength becomes proof of superiority over vulnerability. Compassion no longer travels downward toward protection. Power rises upward toward hierarchy. The heroic structure inverts itself. This inversion becomes especially visible in how both figures relate to fear. Most heroes attempt to reduce fear, absorb fear, or help others survive fear. Sinestro institutionalizes it. Maestro normalizes it. Fear ceases to be an unfortunate condition and becomes infrastructure. Entire systems begin operating through intimidation, inevitability, and emotional pressure. The emotional atmosphere around them feels heavy because fear itself saturates the environment like gravity. There is also something profoundly isolating about both figures. Absolute control gradually destroys genuine relational intimacy. Nobody can stand beside Sinestro or Maestro as equal for very long. Their authority consumes horizontal relationships and replaces them with vertical structures. Subordinates remain beneath them. Enemies remain against them. But mutuality disappears. That isolation matters psychologically because it reveals the hidden cost of becoming structurally superior. The protector who elevates himself above everyone else eventually loses the ability to recognize others as fully autonomous subjects. People become variables. Populations become equations. Civilization becomes material to shape rather than community to inhabit. And yet neither character experiences himself as emotionally hollow. Quite the opposite. Both remain fueled by intense conviction. They still believe they are protecting something valuable. Sinestro still believes in order. Maestro still believes in survival. The emotional engine of heroism remains active inside them, but disconnected from humility. That disconnection creates the final mutation. At that point, morality no longer functions as dialogue. It becomes architecture imposed from above. The throne replaces the conversation. The empire replaces the community. The protector replaces the protected. And once that transformation solidifies, the world itself begins reorganizing around their psychological gravity, as if fear had stopped being emotion and become climate. Sinestro and Maestro endure culturally because they embody a fear larger than villainy itself. They represent the possibility that heroic systems contain authoritarian potential from the beginning, not as corruption introduced from outside, but as pressure accumulating silently within structures built around protection, leadership, and exceptional power. Their stories disturb audiences because they expose how easily salvation rhetoric can reorganize itself into domination once fear acquires moral legitimacy. This is why both characters operate far beyond the boundaries of traditional antagonists inside pop culture memory. They are not remembered simply because they are powerful. Superhero fiction contains countless powerful figures. Sinestro and Maestro remain symbolically heavy because they dramatize the psychological collapse of trust. The moment when protection stops believing in the people it protects. The moment when guardianship transforms into ownership. That transformation resonates deeply within modern cultural consciousness because contemporary societies already exist under constant psychological pressure. Endless crises, political fragmentation, media saturation, institutional distrust, and permanent visibility environments create emotional conditions where authoritarian logic repeatedly becomes seductive. Sinestro and Maestro function almost like mythological condensations of that cultural anxiety. Sinestro especially reflects fears surrounding institutional authority and ideological certainty. His narrative emerged during periods where superhero fiction increasingly questioned traditional heroic structures rather than merely celebrating them. Earlier eras often portrayed authority as inherently stabilizing. Later cultural environments became more suspicious. Governments failed publicly. Wars lost moral clarity. Institutions appeared bureaucratic, compromised, or emotionally detached from ordinary lives. Within that atmosphere, Sinestro evolved into more than fallen lantern. He became symbolic critique of systems that justify coercion through promises of security. His authoritarianism feels recognizable because it mirrors recurring political instincts throughout modern history. Surveillance framed as protection, restriction framed as responsibility, fear framed as realism. What makes him especially culturally effective is that his arguments rarely sound irrational. They sound exhausted. That distinction matters enormously. Sinestro does not speak like theatrical conqueror intoxicated by chaos. He speaks like someone who has watched idealism fail repeatedly and decided moral patience became irresponsible. Audiences recognize that emotional tone because contemporary culture constantly produces similar exhaustion. The more unstable the surrounding world appears, the more psychologically persuasive authoritarian certainty becomes. Sinestro embodies this mechanism perfectly. He reflects the temptation to abandon democratic ambiguity in exchange for centralized control capable of imposing order quickly and decisively. His empire functions as fantasy of competence under conditions of chaos. Yet the narrative never allows that fantasy to remain uncomplicated. Sinestro's worlds always feel emotionally compressed. Fear stabilizes civilization externally while hollowing it internally. Creativity narrows. Trust disappears. Human spontaneity contracts beneath constant pressure. The audience experiences the hidden cost of authoritarian efficiency through atmosphere itself. This atmospheric dimension explains why Sinestro became such enduring symbolic counterpart to Green Lantern mythology. He externalizes the darker potential already embedded inside the concept of cosmic policing. The Green Lantern Corps itself operates through immense centralized authority distributed across the universe. Sinestro simply pushes that structure toward its logical extreme. He reveals what happens when order loses humility. That revelation transforms him into one of the most psychologically sophisticated antagonists in superhero fiction, because he forces audiences to confront uncomfortable ambiguities inside heroism itself. Protection and control are not opposites. They exist on continuum. The same systems capable of defending freedom can gradually begin restricting it if fear becomes dominant organizing principle. Maestro performs similar cultural work, but through different symbolic territory. Where Sinestro reflects anxiety surrounding institutional authority, Maestro reflects anxiety surrounding collapse itself. He emerges from apocalyptic imagination, from the fear that catastrophe eventually strips morality away and reveals domination as humanity's final operating system. This fear became especially culturally potent during late 20th century storytelling, when nuclear anxiety, environmental collapse, and post-Cold War uncertainty reshaped popular imagination. The future stopped appearing automatically progressive. Dystopian narratives multiplied because collective confidence in inevitable advancement weakened dramatically. Maestro embodies that loss of faith. His world feels terrifying not merely because civilization ended, but because apocalypse validated the worst conclusions possible about humanity. The future Hulk becomes ruler of ruins because strength outlasted ethics. Intelligence fused with brutality because compassion no longer appeared adaptive. Survival itself became argument against morality. That symbolic structure resonates deeply because Maestro reflects one of modern culture's most persistent anxieties, the suspicion that under sufficient pressure, civilization's ethical foundations may prove thinner than expected. His existence asks terrifying questions without needing to verbalize them directly. What survives after systems collapse? Which human traits become dominant under permanent scarcity? Whether morality depends on stability more than people want to admit. Unlike many apocalyptic rulers, Maestro also carries unusual emotional weight, because audiences already know Bruce Banner intimately before transformation occurs. They remember vulnerability, guilt, and internal conflict. Maestro therefore functions as corrupted future memory rather than isolated tyrant. He embodies continuity between heroism and domination instead of simple opposition between them. That continuity matters enormously within cultural mythology, because it destabilizes simplistic moral binaries. Maestro is horrifying precisely because he still contains traces of heroic identity beneath accumulated brutality. The audience senses remnants of Banner inside him like archaeological fragments buried under empire and rage. Tyranny feels more disturbing when it evolves from recognizable humanity rather than alien monstrosity. Both Sinestro and Maestro therefore participate in broader cultural shifts inside superhero fiction, where villains increasingly became ideological mirrors rather than external threats. Earlier antagonists often represented invasion from outside social order. These figures emerge from within heroic systems themselves. They are products of internal contradiction, accumulated pressure, and ideological overcorrection. This evolution reflects changing audience relationships with power during modern media culture. As institutions became more visible, more scrutinized, and more distrusted, fiction began producing antagonists who embodied corruption through excessive certainty rather than obvious evil. Sinestro and Maestro belong to that lineage. Their danger comes from moral absolutism hardened by disappointment. Media environments also amplify their symbolic power significantly. Characters like Sinestro and Maestro thrive within contemporary visibility culture because their imagery communicates instantly. Yellow light, authoritarian symmetry, cosmic architecture, ruined cities, irradiated wastelands, massive bodies seated on thrones. These visuals carry immediate symbolic density. Audiences understand the emotional atmosphere before dialogue even begins. This visual clarity matters because modern pop culture increasingly operates through accelerated symbolic recognition. Characters survive culturally when they condense complex anxieties into memorable forms. Sinestro condenses fear of authoritarian order. Maestro condenses fear of post-moral survivalism. Their designs function almost like political nightmares translated into mythic iconography. Importantly, both figures also became culturally influential because they challenge fantasies surrounding exceptional individuals. Superhero fiction often revolves around powerful beings protecting weaker populations benevolently. Sinestro and Maestro expose the instability hidden inside that arrangement. If one individual possesses overwhelming superiority, what prevents protection from mutating into ownership? That question grows more culturally relevant during periods fascinated by strong personalities, charismatic leaders, and technologically amplified influence. Contemporary societies repeatedly oscillate between celebrating exceptional authority and fearing it. Sinestro and Maestro exist directly inside that tension. They represent the moment when exceptional capability stops serving collective dignity and begins replacing it. Their stories also resonate psychologically because they externalize emotional patterns recognizable far beyond politics or superhero fiction. Many people experience disappointment gradually hardening into cynicism, trust collapsing into control, vulnerability transforming into defensive superiority. Sinestro and Maestro exaggerate these tendencies to mythological scale, but the underlying emotional mechanisms remain recognizable. That recognition creates unsettling intimacy between audience and character. Viewers may reject authoritarian outcomes while still understanding the exhaustion that produced them. The emotional logic feels comprehensible even when morally horrifying. This complexity prevents both figures from becoming disposable villains. They linger psychologically because they dramatize temptations rather than abstractions. Another reason these characters endure involves how effectively they expose contradictions inside masculine power fantasies. Traditional heroic masculinity often celebrates discipline, strength, protection, and leadership. Sinestro and Maestro reveal how those traits can calcify into domination once emotional humility disappears. They embody masculinity transformed into permanent hierarchy. Sinestro especially reflects disciplined authority, becoming emotionally incapable of mutuality. Maestro reflects survivalist strength, consuming empathy entirely. Both figures stand alone structurally and psychologically. Their worlds orbit them gravitationally, yet genuine intimacy disappears completely. Power expands outward, while relational humanity collapses inward. This isolation gives both characters tragic dimensions beneath their tyranny. They achieve absolute authority at the cost of shared reality itself. Nobody can truly stand beside them anymore, because authoritarian identity ultimately requires vertical distance to sustain itself. Equality threatens certainty. Mutuality threatens control. Their narratives therefore continue functioning culturally because they reveal authoritarianism not merely as political phenomenon, but as psychological temptation emerging whenever fear convinces individuals that vulnerability became intolerable. They expose the seductive fantasy of escaping uncertainty through dominance. But they also reveal the hidden emptiness beneath that fantasy. The world Sinestro and Maestro create may survive structurally, but they stop feeling alive. Fear stabilizes systems while draining vitality from them. Control preserves order while compressing possibility. Their empires endure physically while decaying symbolically and emotionally. That contradiction is what ultimately elevates both figures into modern mythological territory. They are not simply warnings against evil rulers. They are warnings against the human desire to escape uncertainty entirely. They dramatize what happens when civilizations become so afraid of collapse that they begin constructing prisons in the name of survival. And because modern culture remains saturated with fear, instability, and exhausted longing for certainty, those myths continue feeling dangerously contemporary. Sinestro and Maestro remain culturally alive because neither story truly ends. Their defeats never erase the psychological structures they represent. Fear survives beyond empires. Authoritarian desire survives beyond rulers. The conditions that created them continue reproducing themselves across generations, across audiences, and across new interpretations of heroic mythology. That is why both figures feel less like completed characters and more like recurring historical pressures embedded inside modern fiction. Sinestro's legacy persists because the question he embodies never disappears from the Green Lantern mythos. How much freedom can civilization tolerate before instability becomes catastrophic? Every future crisis inside that universe silently reopens his argument. Every delayed intervention, every planetary collapse, every failure of decentralized morality creates emotional space where his ideology regains symbolic gravity. Even absent, he remains structurally present. That permanence transforms him into something larger than fallen hero. He becomes the shadow attached permanently to institutional heroism itself. The Green Lantern Corps can never fully return to innocence because Sinestro exposed the authoritarian potential hidden inside cosmic order. Every act of protection now carries lingering ambiguity. Where does guardianship end and occupation begin? The myth can no longer avoid the question once it has been asked. This is why Sinestro often feels strangely inevitable regardless of continuity shifts or narrative resets. Different writers may alter tone, scale, or political framing, but the symbolic mechanism beneath him remains durable. Civilizations under pressure repeatedly generate fantasies of overwhelming authority capable of eliminating uncertainty through force. Sinestro survives because he embodies that fantasy with terrifying coherence. Importantly, his endurance also reflects cultural exhaustion surrounding democratic complexity. Audiences repeatedly return to characters like Sinestro during periods where institutions appear fragmented, slow, or emotionally detached from public anxiety. His appeal rises whenever fear begins making authoritarian clarity look emotionally efficient. Fiction becomes mirror long before it becomes escape. Yet the myth never fully validates him either. That tension defines his lasting power. Sinestro achieves order, but his worlds always feel constricted beneath it. Stability arrives carrying emotional suffocation. Safety emerges beside surveillance. Fear eliminates chaos while gradually eroding vitality itself. The narrative preserves this contradiction carefully because authoritarianism rarely presents itself honestly. It promises flourishing while delivering compression. Maestro's legacy operates through different symbolic terrain, but reaches similarly enduring conclusions. He survives in cultural memory because he embodies the fear that collapse changes humanity permanently. Not temporarily, permanently. His existence suggests that after sufficient catastrophe, morality itself may fail to regenerate. Survival becomes civilization's replacement rather than its foundation. This possibility grants Maestro unusual psychological heaviness within superhero mythology. Most dystopian futures eventually preserve fragments of hope, resistance, or reconstruction. Maestro's world feels emotionally fossilized. History stopped evolving there. Violence hardened into climate. Strength became geology. The future itself appears exhausted. That exhaustion resonates deeply inside contemporary imagination because modern culture increasingly struggles to envision collective futures confidently. Environmental anxiety, technological acceleration, political fragmentation, and permanent crisis narratives have weakened cultural faith in progress. Maestro therefore functions less like distant science fiction and more like concentrated symbolic pessimism about where unchecked power and accumulated catastrophe might lead. But what makes him endure beyond simple dystopian imagery is the fact that he originates from Bruce Banner. Audiences do not encounter Maestro as unknown tyrant. They encounter him as continuity twisted into nightmare. Every trace of Banner surviving inside him intensifies the tragedy, because it reveals how prolonged fear and survival pressure can reorganize identity itself. This continuity creates one of the most disturbing aspects of Maestro's symbolic afterlife. He does not erase the hero. He absorbs him. Banner's intelligence survives. His strategic brilliance survives. Even fragments of protective instinct survive. They simply become reorganized around domination. The heroic structure remains visible beneath the empire like ruins beneath a modern city. That layered identity prevents Maestro from functioning as mere monster. He becomes warning about adaptation without ethical center, survival detached from humility, strength detached from relational responsibility. His throne symbolizes what happens when endurance itself becomes highest value. Civilization survives biologically while collapsing morally. Both Sinestro and Maestro therefore occupy rare positions within superhero mythology because they reveal how heroic identity can mutate without fully disappearing. Most villains reject heroic morality openly. These figures preserve fragments of it while restructuring its purpose entirely. Protection remains. Leadership remains. Responsibility remains. What disappears is belief in the dignity of ordinary freedom. That disappearance marks the true catastrophe inside both narratives. Once heroes stop believing flawed people deserve autonomy despite risk, authoritarianism becomes emotionally inevitable. Fear fills the vacuum left by trust. Control fills the vacuum left by humility. The protector slowly rises above the community until he can no longer recognize himself as part of it. This symbolic trajectory continues resonating because modern societies repeatedly flirt with similar emotional dynamics. Public fear creates hunger for certainty. Crisis creates attraction toward concentrated authority. Exhaustion creates willingness to sacrifice ambiguity for order. Sinestro and Maestro endure because they dramatize these pressures without simplifying them into caricature. Their stories also remain influential because they expose how authoritarianism often emerges through moral disappointment rather than explicit cruelty. Neither character begins by desiring domination for its own sake. They begin by losing faith in humanity's ability to govern itself responsibly. Tyranny emerges gradually through accumulated disillusionment. That progression feels psychologically credible in ways purely chaotic villainy often does not. Many people recognize the emotional temptation to retreat from vulnerability into control after repeated disappointment. Sinestro and Maestro magnify this impulse to mythic scale, but the underlying mechanism remains familiar. Fear promises relief from uncertainty. Authority promises relief from complexity. Yet both narratives ultimately reveal that this relief comes at devastating symbolic cost. Their worlds become emotionally narrowed. Human spontaneity disappears beneath pressure. Creativity contracts. Mutual trust dissolves. People survive but no longer flourish. Stability persists while meaning deteriorates slowly underneath it. This deterioration explains why resistance against them always retains symbolic significance, even when materially hopeless. Heroes opposing Sinestro and Maestro defend more than political freedom. They defend openness itself, the fragile possibility that humanity remains worthy of dignity despite contradiction, irrationality, and failure. The conflict transcends victory conditions because it concerns the emotional meaning of civilization itself. Neither Sinestro nor Maestro can understand this fully anymore, because authoritarian identity eventually loses sensitivity toward invisible forms of decay. Their systems measure success through order and endurance. They cannot perceive spiritual exhaustion, cultural stagnation, or relational erosion with equal clarity. Control sharpens certain forms of perception while blinding others. That blindness becomes their final symbolic limitation. Fear can preserve structures. It cannot generate genuine belonging. Domination can extend survival. It cannot produce vitality. Their empires remain standing while something essential slowly disappears from the worlds beneath them. And that disappearance lingers far longer than any individual battle. It lingers in atmosphere, in memory, in the emotional geometry of their worlds. The audience feels it even after the story ends. A civilization organized entirely around fear eventually forgets how freedom once felt. A world ruled entirely through survival eventually forgets why survival mattered. This is why Sinestro and Maestro remain among the most psychologically enduring figures in modern superhero mythology. They are not simply villains opposing heroes. They are myths about what happens when protection loses faith in humanity, when intelligence loses humility, when fear becomes philosophy instead of emotion. Their stories sediment into cultural memory because they illuminate a recurring human temptation, the desire to escape uncertainty by placing overwhelming authority above flawed collective life. They reveal how easily strength begins seeing itself as destiny once enough disappointment accumulates around it. But they also reveal something equally important. Every empire built entirely on fear eventually creates emotional deserts around itself. The ruler survives. The system survives. The throne survives. The world beneath it slowly stops breathing,